More than 2,000 years ago, God sent his only begotten Son to be with us. An angel announced the birth of our Lord and Savior to humble shepherds. He said, I bring you good news that will cause great joy for all of the people. Today in the town of David, a Savior has been born to you. He is the Messiah, the Lord.
God Almighty, we're bowing down, and that's what Christmas is all about.
You will find a baby wrapped in clothes and lying in a manger.
The sound, 1,000 angels are singing.
At Christmas, we thank God for sending us his Son to bring peace to our souls and joy to the world.
That's what Christmas is all about.
I don't know about you, I'm starting to get really excited for Christmas now. Just a week and 2 days away. We are 1 week away from the Dan O'Donnell Show Family Christmas Special, which is going to premiere at 4:06 p.m. 1 week from today, Tuesday, December 23rd. That was Owl City and Toby Mac providing the intro to our opening theme song. Our special Christmas opens, that song, Light of Christmas. It was a brief respite from the bitter cold this December. Does this mean that we might not actually have a white Christmas after all? My guess is that we're not going to see all of the snow melted, but we will see a decent amount. And oh, don't worry, we could get 1 inch to 2 inches of snow on Thursday night. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of the program. If you would like to join us, 414-799-1130. That is our AdventNows.com talk and text line, 1-800-838-9476. You can always email me, dod@iheartmedia.com, at Dan O'Donnell Show on X, on Facebook, on Instagram. We are streaming live at all of those, plus our YouTube channel. Just search for us, Dan O'Donnell Show, and please do subscribe to the Dan O'Donnell Show podcast. Listen to this program with limited, and I mean very limited, commercial interruption. You can also listen to it at like 1.5 times or twice the speed to just plow through it, making me sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks singing about his hula hoop, iHeartRadio, or wherever you listen to podcasts. A bit of a surprise announcement today. President Trump is going to address the nation tomorrow night, and people were speculating as to what it could be about. But in a Truth Social post earlier today, the president said this is going to be a pretty standard address to the nation, 8 o'clock Central tomorrow night, to talk about the state of the economy, to talk about the first 11 months of the Trump administration and the next 3 years. This, as there is a concerted effort to turn Trump into a lame duck. And I will show you exactly how Democrats are trying to do it right now. They're essentially rerunning the exact same playbook from 2017, 2018 to try to get soft Republican and conservative support to peel away from Trump and try to separate him from his diehard base, using the Rob Reiner murders as well as a supposed scorched earth interview that White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles went on and gave to Vanity Fair, of all places. We will get into that coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. And the 5 o'clock hour, bombshell memo proves that the Biden DOJ plowed ahead with the raid at Mar-a-Lago, Trump's home in 2022, despite the FBI knowing full well there was no probable cause to move ahead with said warrant. Also, coming up later this hour, the latest in one of the most shameful prosecutions that this state has ever seen. President Trump's campaign attorney from 2020, Jim Trupis, as well as Mike Roman, his operations manager in the state, and Trump advisor Kenneth Chesborough. 2 of those 3 defendants cleared to stand trial. We'll get an update coming up a little bit later on. First, Caroline Levitt talking about what exactly President Trump is going to say tomorrow night.
President Trump is going to be giving a joint address to, or an address to the nation, not a joint address, an address to the nation tomorrow night, live from the White House here, 9 o'clock Eastern. I know you guys will all be tuning in. It's going to be a really good speech. I was just in the Oval Office with the president discussing it. He's going to talk a lot about the accomplishments over the past 11 months, all that he's done to bring our country back to greatness, and all he continues to plan to do to continue delivering for the American people over the next 3 years.
We'll have more on that coming up in the Daily Trump Date at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Right now, let's go to Los Angeles, courtesy of our network partners at Fox, where authorities are giving an update into the arrest and criminal charge against Nick Reiner for the brutal stabbing murders of his mother and father. Let's go live to L.A. This is Nation Hochman, Los Angeles District Attorney.
Dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty. We have requested, and currently Nick Reiner is being held without bail. Now, before in announcing charges, I also want to announce that they're just that. They are charges. Charges are not evidence. Evidence is something that we will be presenting in a court of law to meet the standard of proof we meet in every criminal case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, to 12 jurors who will unanimously have to find that we've met that standard to prove the charges we bring to court. Right now, with respect to the process, once the charges get filed this afternoon, Nick Reiner will be then brought to court. He is going through medical clearance, something that everybody who gets arrested and gets held in a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department jail goes through. Once he is medically cleared, he will be brought to court to be arraigned on these charges. At that point, he will enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Now, prosecuting these cases involving family members are some of the most challenging and most heart-wrenching cases that this office faces because of the intimate and often brutal nature of the crimes involved. Rob Reiner was a brilliant actor and director, an iconic force in our entertainment industry for decades. His wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, was an equally iconic photographer and producer. Their loss is beyond tragic, and we will commit ourselves to bringing their murderer to justice. I want to thank LAPD Chief McDonnell, who is here today, along with Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton from the LAPD and LAPD Captain Scott Williams. And
that is Nathan Hochman. He is the District Attorney of Los Angeles County, announcing formal murder charges that have been filed against Nick Reiner, the 32-year-old son of legendary director and actor Rob Reiner, as well as his wife, Michelle, who were found slashed and stabbed to death on Sunday afternoon, allegedly by the couple's youngest child, their daughter, Romy, Nick Reiner's younger sister, who found the bodies. Now, we are getting some more details about what allegedly happened at Conan O'Brien's party in the Pacific Palisades the night before. Apparently, TMZ is now reporting that Nick Reiner was acting very, very bizarre at this party, and there was one big incident in which he interrupted comedian Bill Hader mid-conversation. And then when Hader said, "Hey, dude, I'm talking to somebody here," Reiner, who is dressed in a hooded sweatshirt, even though this was sort of a swanky Hollywood affair and everybody was kind of dressed to the nines, he started yelling, and then he went into a 1,000-yard stare, the sort that you will see someone who is just severely mentally ill or completely whacked out on drugs get into. Then there was apparently a shouting match. Rob Reiner, as you could imagine, was very embarrassed and very angry at his son. And he and Michelle took Nick Reiner to this party to, quote, keep an eye on him because of how erratically he had been acting over the past several days. Then at some point, they went back to the household where the murders allegedly took place. Let's go back to Los Angeles now. Jim McDonnell, Los Angeles Police Chief.
LAPD officers from our West Los Angeles division responded to a death investigation at the 200 block of South Chadbourne Avenue, which is in the Brentwood section of Los Angeles. Upon entering the residence, they discovered the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Reiner. Detectives from our Robbery Homicide Division Homicide Special Section immediately initiated a comprehensive investigation. The evidence gathered led to the arrest of their son, Nick Reiner, who was taken into custody later that night without incident in the Exposition Park section of our city. Today, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office has formally filed charges against Mr. Reiner for the murder of his parents. This case is heartbreaking and deeply personal, not only for the Reiner family and their loved ones, but for our entire city. We extend our deepest condolences to all of those who were affected by this tragedy. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank.
All right, that is Jim McDonnell, the Los Angeles police chief. Folks, I'd love to stick around with this press conference, but if it's just going to be them thanking everybody, I thought we would get some new details from that criminal complaint, which was just issued. I will read through it. If there's anything that really is newsworthy, I'll, of course, pass that along. This just seems like a relatively open and shut case, that this was a deeply, deeply disturbed young man who was very angry, rage-filled against his parents, especially his father. There was something that set him off. It appears to be him acting erratically at Conan O'Brien's party the night before, and then he just snapped when the couple and their son went home. I believe, and I haven't seen anything to contradict this, that this was a crime of passion, not that sort of passion, but heat-of-the-moment crime, where he was just so whacked out. He's just out. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and just in the heat of the moment killed his parents. Apparently, Romy, the younger sister, the daughter who found the bodies the next day, immediately said the reason that they immediately honed in on Nick Reiner is, A, if this wasn't a robbery, it's clearly somebody that knows the couple. You know, this probably wasn't going to be a Sharon Tate, LaBianca, Reno, and I forget the other LaBianca, murder situation in which it's just some completely random home invasion. It's one of two things. It is either a robbery/murder, or this is a murder by somebody who wanted this particular couple dead. And you would immediately point to the family right away. Folks, I can just tell you, in knowing what I do about criminal law and criminal investigations, it is true. Whenever a young woman, whenever a woman is murdered, it's always the boyfriend. It's always the husband. It is always somebody who knows. In fact, something like 90% of all homicides, it's a staggering number, are committed by someone known to the victim. And oftentimes it's a romantic partnership or it's some familial relationship. It is just, it's shockingly sad. And you can't imagine the crime of, is it called patricide and matricide, where you kill your father and mother? I mean, it sort of goes against who we are as a species, right? It kind of goes against human nature. I mean, we are told, it's even in the 10 Commandments, honor your father and mother. We give our parents an exalted place in society, in our lives. And then to see someone, especially someone as high profile as Reiner, to be murdered by his own child, it shocks the conscience. Now, of course, nobody wants to talk about the severe drug addiction that this young man was clearly in the throes of. Nobody wants to talk about how he was not getting the proper treatment for his rather obvious severe mental illness. I believe schizophrenia has been mentioned. I haven't seen any confirmed diagnosis for what he had. I'm guessing schizophrenia. I'm guessing some form of bipolar disorder. No. We can't have discussions about that. We cannot have an honest discussion about what exactly is going on in this case. We need to have a discussion. And now we are in the second day. We're in the second day of this news cycle. President Trump posted on Truth Social something that was sort of impolite about Rob Reiner and said, well, he was suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, and this might have been why he was killed. Well, no, he was killed because his son was actually deranged. He was suffering from an actual derangement syndrome. Is it something that I I would have posted or most polite people would have posted? No, of course not. This is Trump. I mean, we've known who Trump is for 30, 40 years now. We've known who he is in public political life for a decade now. And if this didn't come on the heels, and I mean right on the heels, of libs by the millions openly celebrating and mocking the death of Charlie Kirk. See, what this is, folks, what this is, and I'll get into this in greater depth, how the Dems are using this to try to turn Trump into a lame duck in the 4 o'clock hour. But what this absolutely is sort of opportunistic. Look, liberals knew. They knew. After Charlie Kirk was assassinated 3 months ago, I remember commenting on how quickly that story just faded because it has the tendency to tell the normies, normal people who aren't obsessed with politics and who don't live on social media, just how deranged and how crazy the modern American left is. This is why the left is all too happy to promote the insane conspiracy theories of people like Candace Owens, because it points to this shadowy cabal within Turning Point USA instead of straight at the deranged, gay, furry porn, transgender boyfriend-having gunman who actually did kill Charlie Kirk. And also, the reason that the story was dropped so quickly is the normies were starting to notice, hey, there are a whole lot of people in my personal life who are just behaving like complete ghouls, not boors. What Trump posted was boorish. It was insensitive, it was jerky, and it was boorish. Was it ghoulish? Was he saying, oh, I'm really glad that Rob Reiner died? Yippee, Rob Reiner was a left-wing goon. Did Donald Trump post cartoons of Rob Reiner bleeding out of his neck after his neck was slashed by someone? No, nobody did. That's not how conservatives behave. But you had liberals, and when I say liberals, I mean, yes, randos on the internet, and also people in positions of power, authority, and influence who are just gleefully dancing on the man's grave. Now, to his immense credit, Rob Reiner was about the classiest liberal when responding to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Actually said in an interview on Piers Morgan, man, this is just a tragedy, full stop. My heart goes out to him, because Reiner, for as, buffoonish of a leftist his politics made him seem to be, he was ultimately, I think, a good and loving and decent man. You had millions of liberals prove themselves to be anything but. So now you've got President Trump responding in a way where most normal people are saying, hey, probably shouldn't respond like that no matter how badly the guy hated you. It's a way to deflect from the fact that just 3 months ago, you had every single liberal on your timeline shocking your conscience with how depraved and awful they were. Coming up in just 3 minutes, we will dive into day 2 of the Hannah Dugan trial and why all of her hopes may now rest on the concept of jury nullification.
From all of us here at the Dan O'Donnell Show,
Merry Christmas.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
Slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I'm attorney Tom Grieve, here to tell you about Grieve Civil Law. Life is unpredictable, and the consequences of not planning for the future can be devastating. Have you ever thought about what would happen if you ended up in the hospital without the ability to make your own medical decisions? Or what will happen to your family if you die without a will? Without a power of attorney, your family could face agonizing decisions without knowing what you wanted. You could undergo medical interventions you don't want, or worse, lie in limbo while medical staff tries to determine who should have the final say in what happens to you. When you're gone, your loved ones could end up in probate with legal battles, high court costs and fees, and family disputes over your assets. In probate, everyone can see your assets, from the government to your nosy neighbors. Plan today so you can have peace of mind tomorrow. Don't leave your family in chaos and confusion. Contact Grieve Civil Law today, because tomorrow is not guaranteed. Visit grievecivillaw.com.
Celebrate the season and your financial future. Join Annex Wealth Management for our Investing with Confidence workshop, designed especially for women. December 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Annex Wealth Management headquarters in Brookfield. Come enjoy holiday cheer, refreshments, and a fun, supportive atmosphere while you learn practical strategies to invest with confidence. This is your chance to take control of your financial future. Sign up today at annexwealth.com.
Miller High Life. Always flavorful, always refreshing, always at the right price. The champagne of beers. Welcome to the High Life. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Make News Talk 1130 WISN your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app. Powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
The Trans-Siberian Orchestra with first snow in the Dan O'Donnell Show Christmas bumper music rotation. Merry Christmas to all of you. Hopefully we will still have some snow on the ground for Christmas Day. Really, is there any point to snow other than looking good on Christmas? How bad would it suck if we have like 2 feet of snow on the ground for all of December? We have a record cold December, and then it warms up just in time so that we have a green Christmas. And then, of course, by January 3rd, it'll be right back down to 5 below zero, and we'll get at least 2 or 3 blizzards by the time it finally melts sometime in mid-May. Hannah Dugan trial day 2 started with a second day of testimony from FBI agent Jeffrey Baker, who is part of the team that came to Dugan's courtroom in April to arrest Eduardo Flores Ruiz, the violent illegal immigrant criminal who was charged with severely beating his roommate and his roommate's girlfriend, and who was diverted by Hannah Dugan after telling her clerk in an off-the-record audio that was picked up by the court reporter's audio that she would take the heat for sending members of Baker's team away while she sneaks Flores Ruiz out of the jury room exit and away from the ICE arrest team that had gathered to take him into custody and prepare him for deportation. Baker testified this morning that Dugan's actions created confusion, saying, quote, "There has never been a time like something like this has happened before an arrest." Also testifying today, another FBI special agent, Philip Jackling, who said Dugan seemed angry when she approached the arrest team as they sat on a bench outside her courtroom. When asked by Assistant U.S. Attorney Kelly Brown Watska to describe Dugan's tone, Jackling said Dugan sounded very direct and she seemed upset. After his team leader left and headed to the chief judge's area, Jackling said Dugan turned her attention to him and told him to follow his fellow agent. He interpreted that as an order, not a request. Jackling said this according to the courtroom blog that is at jsonline.com. The reporter John Dietrich in the federal courtroom all day today. Now, what this was designed to do, prosecutors are trying to make the case that what Dugan was trying to do was to create a diversion to say, hey, you only have an administrative warrant. You don't actually have a warrant that was signed by a judge for you to be able to take in Eduardo Flores Ruiz and deport him. The problem is that for nearly 30 years now, ICE has not needed warrants signed by judges to pick up illegal aliens for deportation. ICE can administer its own warrants. That's all an administrative warrant is. It is a warrant administered by ICE. You can disagree with this idea, but you'd have to take that up with Bill Clinton, who signed the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1996 into law. Now, something is emerging as a pretty significant trend by Dugan's attorneys here on cross-examination. The defense has not yet called its own witnesses. It is cross-examining the witnesses that the prosecution has called. It's going to call every single member of the arrest team. It is going to call the deputy, the providing security in Dugan's courtroom. They are going to call pretty much everyone who is going to say exactly what they have already said in the charging documents, everything else, that Hannah Dugan absolutely did tell Eduardo Flores Ruiz and his attorney to sneak out of a jury room exit that was not open to the public, while half of that arrest team, Dugan thought the entire ICE arrest team, was going to talk to Chief Judge Carl Ashley to try to get clarity on whether or not they would be able to make an arrest on an administrative warrant during the court procedure. This from the JS Online blog. Dugan defense attorney Jason Luzak showed several screenshots of a signal chat used by federal agents as they gathered to arrest undocumented immigrant Eduardo Flores Ruiz. The title of it was, quote, "Frozen Water." Get it? ICE. Luzak asked FBI Special Agent Philip Jackling about some of the profile pictures people were using in the chat, including one with a skull, as well as a pill bottle and syringes. Another appeared to show someone holding a gun and pretending to lick it. The title of the chat is a reference to ICE. Now, is any of that relevant to the facts of this case? Absolutely not. Why would Luzak, therefore, be asking about this? Because what he's trying to implant in the jury's minds is that these ICE agents are reckless, out of control, power-hungry psychopaths. There's a skull as one of the profile pictures. There's a pill bottle and a syringe. Someone is licking a gun. What this is trying to do is set up, I am absolutely convinced, the concept of jury nullification. Jury nullification is where a jury agrees with the prosecution that the person committed a crime. They agree that the burden of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt has been met, but they still find the defendant not guilty anyway. It's not a formal finding. We, the jury, decide to nullify this verdict. But what it is the jury, and juries do have this implicit power to say, we don't agree with this law. We don't agree with the treatment of the defendant. In opening arguments, Luzak and his fellow defense attorney, Stephen Biskupik, were making the point that Hannah Dugan, this is the most important moment of Hannah Dugan's professional career. Hannah Dugan was just trying to do the right thing. They're setting up jury nullification. They're trying to implant in the jury's minds that ICE agents are bad, that what ICE agents were trying to do is morally reprehensible. Ergo, Hannah Dugan was perfectly justified in doing what she did, even though it is most definitely against the law. Remember, the charges that Hannah Dugan faces are pretty darn simple. 1, obstruction of a federal proceeding. This means, did she effort or succeed in obstructing any official federal proceeding, any proceeding of the federal government? There are 3 elements of the crime. What elements of the crime are things you have to prove in order to secure a conviction. 1, was there a pending proceeding before a federal department or agency? Yes, there was. The pending proceeding was those ICE agents going in and arresting Eduardo Flores Ruiz. 2, did the defendant corruptly influence, obstruct, impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede the due administration of law in that proceeding? In other words, did she succeed, or did she attempt to influence in any way, obstruct in any way, or stop in any way the administration of that federal law? Of course she did. She sent the ICE agents away, she sent the FBI agents away, and she snuck Flores Ruiz and his attorney out through a jury room door, hoping that they wouldn't be able to find him. 3, did the defendant act in a corrupt manner, meaning with improper intent? Did she do so knowing full well that what she was doing was wrong? Well, yes, and this was evidenced by what she said on that audio tape to her clerk, quote, "I'll take the heat." She knew that even though what she was doing she felt was morally right, because those agents shouldn't be arresting people in her courtroom. And she doesn't really like ICE all that much anyway, but she knew that what she was doing was unlawful. Second crime she's charged with, concealing a person from arrest. Has there been, and these are the 4 elements of the crime, has a federal warrant or process been issued for that person's arrest? This one's easy. Yes, there was. There was an administrative warrant to bring in Eduardo Flores Ruiz to ICE custody for deportation. 2, did the defendant have notice or knowledge of that warrant or process? She sure as heck did, because she demanded to see it. And when she saw that it was an administrative warrant, she said, well, you're going to have to go see the Chief Justice in order to determine whether or not you can act on this administrative warrant in my courtroom. So clearly she had notice of this. 3, did the defendant harbor or conceal the person? Obviously, she did. She said, you go out through this side door, which will take you to an elevator that isn't used by the general public. It is well known in a courtroom that there is a main entrance and exit for people who are coming before the court. There is another exit and entrance for the jury, for the judge, for the bailiff, whomever. The public doesn't use that exit. This guy somehow was allowed to use that exit after Hannah Dugan said, I will take the heat for putting him through that exit. The 4th element, did the defendant act with the intent to prevent the person's discovery or arrest? Again, rather obviously. And this is why that audio is so important. She moved him through that door because she knew what she was doing. She said to the clerk, I'll take the heat. I know what we're doing is getting him away from these ICE agents. In addition, there was evidence that was presented during the opening argument yesterday that showed she sent herself a poster that she eventually posted on her chamber doors, saying, if you believe that your rights are being violated, if you are scared to come to court, or somebody you know is scared to come to court, we will help them, or something to that effect. This is also intent. What she is saying to every illegal who comes to the courthouse, don't worry, I will help shield you from ICE. I will make sure that ICE agents can't take you into custody, even though there was a valid warrant for Eduardo Flores Ruiz. She didn't care. She was going to free him anyway. The elements of the two crimes she's charged with are clearly satisfied. The prosecution is clearly going to meet its burden, and therefore Dugan's only hope, her defense's only hope, is to in turn hope that the jurors hate Trump and ICE as much as Dugan does.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
B97.3 has flipped the switch and is now Milwaukee's home for the holidays.
All your Christmas favorites all season long.
Oh, there's no place like home for the holiday. 'Cause no matter how far away.
Milwaukee's home for the holidays. B97.3.
Dan O'Donnell here with my friend Daniel from Bayview Shade and Blind. Daniel, I love the work you guys did at our new home, and more importantly, my wife loves it too.
Appreciate that, Dan. We work with folks who really value having a trusted guide to walk them through the whole process, from choosing the right window treatments to professional installation. That's how we do it at Bayview Shade.
And you know what, Daniel? It really shows. Go to BayviewShade.com. They're sharing a little sunshine from their family to yours for 99 years.
Many area roofs experience ice damming during our harsh Wisconsin winters. Hi, Greg Bublitz here with Wisconsin Ice Dam Solutions. The severe damage ice damming can cause to your home or business can be prevented by our superior ice dam prevention system. It will keep you and your property safe and problem-free. To stop ice dams for good, call 262-646-3070 and visit noicedams.com. That's noicedams.com.
Do you own a small business? A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure.
Bob built a brand over the same 20 years INET has. I bought multiple properties over those years. Bob gets real estate like I never will.
In real estate, every brokerage does the same thing. MLS. Adding auction bidding to MLS, I knew if INET branded it, told our story, home sellers would understand and accept this real estate revolutionizing platform.
You can be the best in your industry like Redefined Realty is. Even revolutionize your industry like Redefined Realty has with auction. Yet, it's your story that sells.
You can't tell your story as well as INET Creative Genius will tell your story.
Real estate for winners is exactly what Redefined Realty and auction has always been.
Steven knocked our brand and marketing out of the park.
Selling a home? If you don't use Redefine's MLS and auction platform, you'll leave closing with less money than you would have. Tragic and that simple.
Websites, branding, design, video, and radio. INET is improving marketing for winners.
INETJustWeb.com.
CreativeGeniusMarketing.com.
Real estate for winners. RedefinedRealty.com.
We're the Libby family
at Do-It-Yourself Bathroom Center near State Fair on 62nd and Greenfield.
For over 41 years, we've helped Wisconsin folks create beautiful, affordable, and durable bathrooms.
You'll get our expert guidance and long-lasting quality products.
And nobody beats our prices.
I did it myself at Do-It-Yourself.
For safe, purified water right from your faucet, the solution is crystal clear.
Any project, big or small, when it comes to water, one call does it all.
You've held on to that old jewelry for years. Maybe it was a class ring, a broken chain, or a silver flatware from your parents' home. It meant something once, and it still does. But now it could mean something new. A chance to turn those tucked away treasures into real value at Robert Hack Diamonds. With gold at an all-time high, there's never been a better time to bring in your unwanted gold, silver, or diamonds. At Robert Hack Diamonds, you'll sit down one-on-one in a relaxed, respectful setting. They'll walk you through your items carefully, from coins and jewelry to sterling tea sets and even dental gold, and make you a fair, honest cash offer. No pressure, just real people who understand that sometimes it's more than metal, it's memories. If in doubt, bring it in. You might be surprised at what it's worth. 64-plus year tradition of treating every single client with dignity, fairness, and professionalism. It's not just about gold, it's about trust. Robert Hack Diamonds, 146th and Greenfield Avenue in Brookfield and 76th and Layton in Greenfield.
Hey, it's Dan, and when you think of old-fashioned Wisconsin values, what comes to mind? Kindness, friendliness, pride in a hard day's work? Yeah, me too. And that's why you simply have to give my friends at Old Fashioned Roofing a call. You see, they're not a bunch of corporate suits who are just pretending to be local. They are a veteran-owned, veteran-led, woman-owned team of Wisconsinites just like you and me. Heck, I even went to high school with one of the owners, Mel, and I am so proud that he's helped start a business where a handshake still matters and where craftsmanship always trumps salesmanship. At Old Fashioned, there are no gimmicks, no shortcuts. There's just good old-fashioned Wisconsin values. You see, they build roofs the way they used to be built, with pride and with care. So give them a call today at 262-229-8909. That's 262-229-8909, or visit them at oldfashionedroofing.com.
Do you own a small business? A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Coming soon.
Hey everybody, it's Chuck and Josh from the Stuff You Should Know podcast, and it's that time of year again when we knuckle down to do our annual holiday episodes.
We collected our best past classic holiday episodes and compiled them into a 12 Days of Christmas Toys playlist that the whole family can enjoy.
That's right, maybe you missed it the first time we detailed the history of Beanie Babies, Monopoly, or yo-yos, and a whole lot more.
So open your free iHeartRadio app, search Stuff You Should Know, and listen now.
Injured? Call Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
No radio handy? No problem. Listen to WISN's live audio stream 24/7 via the web. Just click on the Listen Online tab at newstalk1130.com.
Welcome back to the Dan O'Donnell Show, and Merry Christmas as our gift to you each and every day. It is 3 hours of conservative thought and not just talk. One of my favorite genres of left-wing argument making is when people who clearly are diametrically opposed to religion try to infuse religion into their political arguments, and they get it remarkably wrong. Case in point, when talking about illegal aliens and how society treats them and why his department was not going to be cooperating with ICE detainer requests or anything like that, Minneapolis's police chief made the most obvious and shockingly wrong-headed comparison ever. I'm sure you know, especially they cannot help themselves. This time of year, right around Christmas time, they always make this argument, and they always think they are so smart when they do so, and they come across as shockingly historically ignorant.
It's especially personal to me, having been raised a Catholic, to be in a Christian church this morning as we are approaching Christmas. And I cannot help but think of what is happening in our city today, and how that echoes with how outsiders have been treated for thousands of years. How Mary and Joseph themselves were considered outsiders and forced to stay in a barn.
So Mary and Joseph went to Bethlehem because that's where Joseph's family was from. He was from the house and line of David. Bethlehem was the city of David. He was the exact opposite of an outsider. No, they were not refugees. They were going to Bethlehem because Caesar Augustus declared that there should be a census. Now, why was it that people who were living in Nazareth, in Judea, why were they forced to do what Caesar Augustus, all the way out there in Rome, why did they have to take part in his census? Do you know why? Because they were Roman subjects. Not necessarily Roman citizens. Roman citizenship was something that had to be earned if you weren't born in Rome to Roman citizens, or you weren't born somewhere in the empire to Roman citizens, but they were Roman subjects, meaning they were not outsiders because they were traveling from one part of the Roman Empire to another. Even when they went to Egypt. Do you remember when Herod ordered the slaughter of all babies? This was part of it because he had heard from the wise men after they followed the star and they went to, not the barn, it was a manger, you ignorant hack. It wasn't a barn. In fact, do you know what a manger very likely was in those days where they would have kept the animals? It was a cave. It was not like a barn like we would think of that the Amish built for the innkeeper in Bethlehem 2,000 years ago. It was a cave. It was a manger. So the wise men go see Herod and they say, yeah, man, this baby was born. He's the King of Kings. We just dropped off some gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Herod was nonplussed at this development because he said, well, if there's a baby king born, maybe people decide that they don't want me to be their king anymore. But I can't find this kid, this random barn baby, as the Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara put it. So I'm just going to slaughter all of the babies under the age of 2. I believe it was all firstborn babies under the age of 2. So to get away from this slaughter, Mary and Joseph took the baby Jesus. They were warned about this, and they did not go directly back to Nazareth. They went to Egypt, where they were refugees, right? Wrong! Wrong! Do you know why? Because at the time, Egypt was also a part of the Roman Empire. They did not invade somebody else's country or somebody else's empire. They were going from one part of the Roman Empire to another part of the Roman Empire, and then to another part of the Roman Empire, where they were, as subjects of the Roman Empire, free to go wherever and whenever they pleased. They were not Nazarene immigrants who were given shelter in Bethlehem. They were there for a census. They did not seek refuge as refugees in Egypt in the modern sense of the phrase. They were perfectly fine going there because it was another. This would be if, like, Governor Evers decided that he was going to slaughter all the babies in Wisconsin, so a bunch of people went to Illinois to get away from him. Both parts of the United States of America. It's not like they were going from Syria to the United States. They're going from one state to another, one part of the Roman Empire to another. Believe it or not, we found someone even dumber and more crazier than the police chief of Minneapolis. You won't want to miss this, a holiday-themed edition of the Unhinged Liberal of the Day.
Here at the Dan O'Donnell Show.
From the Lynch Truck Center in Waterford Total Traffic Center.
Road work causing some hefty delays. 94 westbound, 25th to Mitchell Boulevard, and eastbound between 84th and Hawley. Southbound on 894 tight Greenfield down to the Hale Interchange. I'm Kevin Henry. That's your latest total traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. Be sure to tune into our podcast. This week, tell the tale of the Hollywood heartthrob who became one of America's greatest spies. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-616-1997. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-616-1997. That's 800-616-1997. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Ryan Sigler at Southeast Wisconsin's #1 traveling therapeutic, Smart Tech. Wishing you a Merry Christmas and profitable New Year.
You mean they should stop wasting time working around their broken iPhone screen and have Smart Tech fix it in 20 minutes at their home or business?
Absolutely. And hire iNet. Do what they tell you to do. iNet is a gift of profitability that keeps on giving.
When you started at iNet, your sales quadrupled?
Yep. And when I stopped doing SEO, sales tanked. When iNet started marketing my site again, sales went back up. iNet knows marketing.
Having a broken iPhone screen replaced by SmartTech is just like having marketing that isn't working replaced by iNet. Life's just better forever. SmartTech reunites optic nerves and information.
Exactly what I meant. Wishing Wisconsin businesses their most profitable new year. iNet is improving the economy one business at a time.
Merry Christmas and wishes for your most profitable future from
smarttech.com
and iNetDishWhip.com, CreativeGeniusMarketing.com.
Hey, Wisconsin, Jerry Bott here. When you're shopping for a new vehicle, it's common for uneasiness to set in. Am I getting the best deal? Am I getting what I'm paying for? At Holiday Automotive in Fond du Lac, those questions just melt away. Holiday is proudly staffed by very nice, straight-shooting automotive professionals who are refreshingly direct and completely transparent. I'm a fan of that, and you will be too.
Holiday's year-end sale is where to add more joy to the season. Get our low simplified price, more for your trade, and score enticing offers now on Wisconsin favorites from Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC, or a GM certified pre-owned model. Navigate today's car market confidently. Score the best offers of the season and experience the stuff that makes fans of drivers from all over Wisconsin and beyond.
This is professional running back Braylon Allen. I know I can count on Team Holiday. You can expect the same.
Find yours and discover the difference at Holiday Automotive, Fond du Lac, and at holidaygm.com.
It's worth the trip.
When you're dealing with the IRS, the last thing you want is a national 800 number reading from a script in some other state. At Great Lakes Tax Relief, we're right here in Wisconsin, a local, family-owned firm that understands what you're facing. We've opened the same frightening IRS letters. We've felt that same knot in our stomach, and we know how overwhelming tax problems can be. That's why we take a different approach. No unrealistic promises, no pressure, no call center runaround. Just honest, experienced help from people who live and work right down the road. If you're ready for real support from real neighbors, call Great Lakes Tax Relief today at 414-771-9200. That's 414-771-9200. Or visit forgivetax.com. That's forgivetax.com. We've been there. Let us help.
Get your rock solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at ACCUNET.com.
Marketing a modern business means finding and serving your customers 24/7 wherever they are. WISN broadcasts are a powerful platform, but there's so much more. WISN's online digital tools are completely customizable, so you can reach your ideal customer through the iHeart app or by using software that actually finds your customers at a specific location or event. These tools are precise, efficient, measurable marketing weapons that you need to use. Combine the power and cloud of WISN's broadcast and digital platforms right now. Go to newstalk1130.com, keyword digital.
Welcome back to the Dan O'Donnell Show. It is time now to name the unhinged liberal of the day.
Make me crazy.
Trump is Hitler.
We are in pre-Nazi Germany. Make me crazy.
All white people are racist.
Does that make me crazy?
Trump is dangerous because he's evil.
America is over.
Today's unhinged liberal of the day is this unidentified woman who videoed herself confronting an old lady who is working at Target. And, you know, at Target, all you need to do is wear a red shirt as your work uniform. Well, this woman wore a Charlie Kirk shirt.
Why are you taking my picture?
Why are you wearing that shirt?
Why?
They let you wear that shirt here?
Yes. Why? Why are you taking my picture?
Why are you wearing that shirt? You're working. It's not a Target
red shirt. I can wear any red shirt.
It's not a plain shirt.
It doesn't have to be.
It's a Charlie Kirk shirt.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Are you f***ing stupid?
No.
Why the f*** would you wear that? You're at work at Target. That's not a Target shirt. It's not a plain red shirt. You support a racist.
It's not racist.
You support a racist.
He's not a racist.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he fucking is.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit here and argue with you.
You're not. You should go get your manager. You should not be allowed to wear that at work. Unacceptable. Unfucking acceptable.
That's your opinion.
No, the opinion is he's a fucking racist and you support him.
That's your opinion.
And you should not be allowed to wear that. this is going to be taken above your fucking head. That's insane. 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 Piece of shit.
Oh, you'd better believe that left-wing hateful Karen is your unhinged liberal of the day.
All programs on News Talk 1130 WISN are broadcast through the Annex Wealth Management Studios. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference. Stay informed all day, every day on News Talk 1130 WISN. Milwaukee, an iHeartRadio station. Guaranteed human.
With news on WISN, I'm Raymond Newport. Today was day 2 of the trial against Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan, accused of helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents. Today, jurors heard from a fellow judge and one of those ICE agents. At the U.S. Capitol, Republicans and Democrats are still at odds over extending ACA subsidies that may not happen until the new year. And Wisconsin is joining a lawsuit against Uber over marketing practices on its subscription service. On Wall Street, stocks mixed today. The Dow down over 300 points, the Nasdaq up about 50. Checking the Holiday Automotive of Fond du Lac Sports scoreboard, the Bucks say they're still looking to add people before the trade deadline. That means they're likely not trading away Giannis Antetokounmpo. From the Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin News Center, I'm Raymond Newport on Wisconsin's most listened to radio station, News Talk 1130 WISN.
Here's the latest forecast presented by AdventKnows.com from the Fox 6 weather experts.
Partly cloudy skies for the rest of your Tuesday. High temperatures will be in the mid to upper 30s with wind chills in the mid to upper 20s. Clouds will increase heading into tonight with temperatures dropping by early Wednesday morning into the 20s. I'm Fox 6 meteorologist Lisa Michaels.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
If you're in the market for new shades or blinds, don't leave it to guesswork online at Bayview Shade and Blind. You can see, touch, and compare products at any of their 3 local galleries in Waukesha, Oconomowoc, or Menominee Falls. Stop in today at Bayview Shade and Blind or visit BayviewShade.com.
I'm Total Health's Jay Johnson, the Falls and New Berlin. Feel like you can't lose the weight making you feel lethargic, slow, tired, and old? Hospitalized Medicine's motivated by profit solution is drugs. Everyone, including prescribers, know have very dangerous, life-altering side effects. After 34 years practicing natural medicine, Total Health can tell you it isn't your willpower. It's fat loss resistance, often slowly built up over decades, and you can overcome it naturally. Total Health's Rapid Reset will reset your body's access to fat. Years of stress, yo-yo dieting, surgery, even menopause inflame the hypothalamus and pituitary, your body's master hormone regulators. Rather than burning stored fat, your body utilizes essential reserves. Total Health's Rapid Reset, a science-based protocol, reduces hypothalamic inflammation, rebalances insulin and leptin, restoring your body's natural system of storing energy for future use, then actually burning fat for energy. A 20-pound reduction in trapped fat in the first month is a common result. It's not theory. Relativity equals expertise plus execution. TotalHealthInc.com.
Do you own a small business? A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure.
Celebrate the season and your financial future. Join Annex Wealth Management for our Investing with Confidence workshop, designed especially for women. December 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Annex Wealth Management Headquarters in Brookfield. Come enjoy holiday cheer, refreshments, and a fun, supportive atmosphere while you learn practical strategies to invest with confidence. This is your chance to take control of your financial future. Sign up today at annexwealth.com.
At Christmas time, WISN Radio is proud to offer our listeners a special Christmas gift. Listen on both Christmas Eve and Christmas Day for time-tested classics, including old-time Christmas radio dramas such as It's a Wonderful Life and A Christmas Carol. Then bask in the charm of Dan O'Donnell's Family Christmas, as well as the best Christmas music anywhere.
WISN Christmas programming is presented by the friendly experts at Holiday Automotive in Fond du Lac. With 1,300 vehicles in one place, it's worth the trip. HolidayAutomotive.com.
Merry Christmas from WISN.
Your next event starts at the River Club of Mequon, a contemporary 400-person grand ballroom with outdoor space overlooks the golf course. This unforgettable venue is perfect for your wedding day or company event. For a tour, visit riverclubofmequon.com.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex.com.
Opinion, emotion, passion. This is News Talk 1130 WISN. Smart speakers get a whole lot smarter when they're playing News Talk 1130 WISN. Just ask Alexa or Siri to play WISN Radio and bask in the glow of insight and enlightenment.
More than 2,000 years ago, God sent his only begotten Son to be with us. An angel announced the birth of our Lord and Savior to humble shepherds. He said, I bring you good news that will cause great joy for all of the people. Today in the town of David, a Savior has been born to you. He is the Messiah, the Lord.
God Almighty, we're bowing down, and that's what Christmas is all about.
You will find a baby wrapped in clothes and lying in a manger.
The sound, 1,000 angels are singing.
At Christmas, we thank God for sending us his Son to bring peace to our souls and joy to the world.
That's what Christmas is all about.
You'll notice there's nothing in that recitation of the Christmas story from the book of Luke about Mary and Joseph being refugees. Minneapolis's police chief, Brian O'Hara, he played this soundbite in the 3 o'clock hour, said, you know, as we're thinking about those poor illegal aliens, those poor Somalis who are defrauding billions of dollars from the social welfare state and sending it back to Al-Shabaab, the terror network down in Africa, we really should be thinking of these people as like modern-day Marys and Josephs. They're just pretending their little son, Jesus, or I guess Jesus, has autism so they can defraud the system. Seriously, listen to this buffoon.
It's especially personal to me, having been raised a Catholic, to be in a Christian church this morning as we are approaching Christmas. And I cannot help but think of what is happening in our city today and how that echoes with how outsiders have been treated for thousands of years, how Mary and Joseph themselves were considered outsiders and forced to stay in a barn.
They were not. There was no room at the inn. It wasn't like they said, hey, all you Nazarenes, this is for Bethlehem residents only. No. They were not refugees. They were traveling around the Roman Empire. Speaking of the police, let's go now live to Providence Police Chief Oscar L. Perez Jr. providing an update on the manhunt for the suspect in the Brown University mass shooting from this weekend.
And we're looking for a moment that is shorter than somebody taking a breath. It's incredible hard work to do that, and so we're asking the public to assist us with that. The other thing is the tip center. We have been receiving hundreds of tips. However, we're about close to 200 actionable tips that we're still conducting investigations on, which is incredible and is important. Again, keep in mind that this video footage is extremely important to us, and One more thing here that, as a reminder, please remember that the number that we need you to call is 401-272-3121, as well as the link that the FBI provided, which is fbi.gov, Brown University shootings. Thank you very much.
All right, that is Oscar Perez, the Providence police chief, providing an update. There is new video footage of the gunman. He is seen walking across the street. It still boggles my mind, folks, that there was not any, they did not get him on any surveillance video anywhere near that school. He is walking in a neighborhood wearing a black hat, a black, it appears to be COVID mask. He appears to be about 30 to 45 pounds overweight and carrying much of that weight in his gut. Have they finally confirmed that he yelled Allahu Akbar before he opened fire? I mean, is this just, do we just not report on these necessary details? I mean, I get that the politically correct left in Providence, Rhode Island is very worried about all the Islamophobia, but don't you think that might be like a relevant detail? Hey, be on the lookout for somebody who might be shouting Allahu Akbar. Kind of narrows down the search a little bit. Also, remember, we cannot possibly be sure of the motive in this or the Bondi Beach terror attack, where the gunmen also were motivated by radicalized Islam. But yes, we should treat those refugees as Mary and Joseph. They're just, it was like that father and son. It was like Joseph and Jesus riding their burro into Bondi Beach to gun down a whole bunch of innocent Jewish people. This asinine idea that we can import millions of people into Western countries who do not share Western values. I'm not going to say Islam itself is incompatible with constitutional republicanism or Western democracy, but man, oh man, is a whole lot of Islamic teaching diametrically opposed to what it is that Western society values. So, of course, who is it that liberals want to import into pretty much every Western society? Why do you think all of a sudden, there are rape gangs terrorizing Great Britain? Weird that you didn't have the rape gangs when 95% of Great Britain was born in Great Britain. Weird how you don't have National Guard soldiers just gunned down in the middle of the street before we started importing tens of thousands of Afghans, many of whom might have been fighting with our enemies, the Taliban, against us just months before the chaotic withdrawal in 2021. Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to DEFCON 1 here. I have just been told by my producer that we are not able to go to commercial. This is management's greatest fear. Not only are we not going to make money this hour, I am just going to talk and talk and talk. If we get the ability to play commercials again, Producer Eric, can I just kind of keep talking? I've always wanted to do this. I got to do this once, like 17 years ago. We had a catastrophic system crash at the other radio station I worked at, and they literally went to me. I was hosting a show called Brewers Weekly. As you can imagine, it was a weekly show about the Milwaukee Brewers. I know, really cryptic title there. And they said, Dan, I was like 25 years old. How long can you just talk? I said, oh boy, you people have no idea. You know, every couple of months when a Democrat looking for attention decides to do an actual filibuster and they try to hold the floor for 22, 23 straight hours, do you know what I call them? Amateurs. Time now for your Daily Trump Day.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning.
Trump just keeps winning.
It is a win for the administration.
It's also a big win for the United States.
We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
There are now like 4 producers and engineers who rushed in because we can't play commercials. No, I don't want this to stop. You are stuck with me now. I'm going to do the Hannity show. I'm going to do the Levin show. I'll talk about some aliens on Coast to Coast. Sure. Let's talk about some aliens on Coast to Coast. You get me a half a bottle of scotch, and I'll be here until Jay Weber's final show next week. All right, Daily Trump Day. President Trump has signed a proclamation further restricting and limiting the entry of foreign nationals into the United States. It continues full restrictions from 12 high-risk countries: Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, the Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. It adds full restrictions and entry limitations on 5 additional countries based on recent analysis: Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, South Sudan, and Syria, as well as people who hold Palestinian Authority-issued travel documents. It also imposes full restrictions and entry limitations on 2 countries that were previously subject to partial restrictions: Laos and Sierra Leone. Also, more partial restrictions of nationals from 4 of the 7 original high-risk countries: Burundi, Cuba, Togo, and Venezuela. Ladies and gentlemen, this is precisely what this country needs to be doing. Enough of the political correct notion that people from every country are equally able to assimilate into American society. They are not. In fact, many of these countries do not do any vetting of people coming into this country. And many of them, as Trump has said over and over and over again through the years, are trying to dump the worst of their worst into the United States to just be rid of them. Big story today. The Libs going crazy about a Vanity Fair article in which White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles allegedly said President Trump has the mentality of an alcoholic. She apparently called Vice President J.D. Vance a conspiracy theorist who's been one for more than a decade, and accused Elon Musk of being addicted to ketamine. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt took the reporter who, in her words, mischaracterized Wiles to task.
This is, unfortunately, another example of disingenuous reporting, where you have a reporter who took the Chief of Staff's words wildly out of context, did not include the context those conversations were had within. And then further, I think the most egregious part of this article was the bias of omission that was clearly present. And we see a lot of this when dealing with the media every day. You will leave out important context, leave out comments and facts. You know, many people in this building spoke with that reporter, and those comments were never included in the story, probably because it didn't push this false narrative of chaos and confusion that the reporter was clearly trying to push. So what I'll say about our Chief of Staff, as you've seen from not just myself, but also the entire cabinet, and a groundswell of support from people on Capitol Hill who don't even work in this building, about how incredible Susie Wiles has been to President Trump. And he's been able to accomplish so much because of his leadership and his tenacity, but also because of Chief of Staff Wiles's leadership and her ability to effectuate his agenda.
Now, we'll get into how Democrats are trying to use this article, as well as the great freakout over Trump's post on Truth Social about Rob Reiner's murder, coming up in just a couple of minutes. How they're trying to use this to essentially make Trump a lame duck right now. Well, Trump is set to address the nation tomorrow night. Leavitt says he's going to talk about the accomplishments his administration has achieved in its first 11 months, especially on the economy. And this comes as Democrats ramp up attacks on affordability under Trump. Vice President J.D. Vance was at a Uline facility in Pennsylvania today and said Democrats are the ones who are actually responsible for the affordability crisis they're now attacking.
I'm a little surprised by when the Democrats talk all the time about affordability. Democrats say, you know, things aren't affordable. This isn't affordable. This has gotten more expensive. Drugs have gotten more expensive. Housing's gotten more expensive. And you know what? They're right, and it was because of them. It ain't that hard. If you go back to the 4 years of the Biden administration, why did housing get so expensive, double in price during the Biden administration? It's because Joe Biden let in 20 million illegal immigrants who took homes that ought by right go to American citizens and to the people of this great state.
Amen. Amen. Over on the national security front, Secretary of State Marco Rubio spent his day providing classified briefings to members of Congress on the strikes on narco-terrorist boats and other drug cartel targets.
Obviously, we had a classified hearing, so the details of which we can't discuss. It's, I believe, our 22nd or 23rd bipartisan engagement. We'll continue to engage with Congress on this. We're headed to the House now to do a similar briefing and provide updates on this counter-drug mission, which is focused on dismantling the infrastructure of these terrorist organizations that are operating in our hemisphere, undermining the security of Americans, killing Americans, poisoning Americans. And this has been a highly successful mission that's ongoing and continued, and we're pleased to be here today to update Congress on how that's developing and how that's moving forward. As I said, I believe it's our 22nd, 23rd such engagement, certainly been at least the 4th or 5th that I've been involved in, and those will remain and be ongoing.
That is, ladies and gentlemen, your daily Trump date. Susie Wiles herself has now responded to that article in a post on, I believe she put out a press release. It was actually released through the official White House X account. The article published early this morning is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff, and cabinet in history. Significant context was disregarded, and much of what I and others said about the team and the president was left out of the story. I assume after reading it that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team. That from Susie Wiles, the incredibly effective White House chief of staff. Susie, you are no babe in the woods when it comes to politics. Of course, that is exactly what it was that the author was attempting to do. In fact, they did this to great success in Trump's first term. In fact, starting even before President Trump took office in December and January of 2017, what they were doing was trying to paint a picture of an incoming administration under siege because of the Russia collusion investigation, which everyone involved in that investigation knew to be completely bogus, yet allowed leaks from it anyway and kept it going in order to try to do what this article and what the hyper focus on the Truth Social Rob Reiner post are also trying to do, and that is peel away some of the softer Trump support and to try to get people like you who love Trump, who say, yes, okay, I disagree with some of the uncouth and boorish posts and things he says and maybe his braggadocious nature, but frankly, I don't have to be in love with the guy to think he's an effective president. He ceases being an effective president, and he ceases effectively being president at all the second he is considered to be a lame duck. At some point in the next 4 years, and Democrats are trying to make it happen right now, Trump is going to be passé. He's going to be old news because in 2028, we are going to have an election in which Trump is not running. There's not going to be an incumbent, and all of the focus is going to be on most likely J.D. Vance and Gavin Newsom. If I had to guess right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a Vance-Newsom matchup. And how good am I at politics? Well, marginally, but it doesn't take a genius to realize that J.D. Vance is almost certainly going to pick Marco Rubio as his running mate. In fact, I think Rubio just said today or yesterday that he would very likely not run for president if J.D. decides to run. It seems to me that the two of them, who are apparently very, very tight, Vance and Rubio are two best buddies in the Trump administration, that they would be a team. And man, what a resurrection act from Marco Rubio, from Lil Marco in 2016, who tried to do stand-up comedy and was an insult comic at the end of his presidential run trying to take down Trump, to admitting, hey, you know what, I was wrong about Trump. I, like a lot of people, thought that Trump was a fraud. I thought he wasn't a true conservative. I thought he wasn't going to be someone who would effectuate strong conservative policy. And he is now so trusted by Trump that he's arguably got the most important position in the entire cabinet, Secretary of State. I would argue it's 1A and 1B, Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of State. And wouldn't you know it, the two most effective secretaries in this administration are of State and are of Treasury. Scott Bessent is absolutely fantastic. I think I still owe my friend Dave Spano a steak dinner about that, because I was very concerned that he was working for George Soros back before he was tapped by Trump. And I thought, I don't know. No. Scott Bessent is probably the single most effective member of the Trump administration. Again, it's 1A and 1B. I honestly, if I had to name an MVP, I would have to name co-MVPs. I think it is Rubio, with all of the peace deals that his team has been able to negotiate, as well as all of the work that they have done on the Ukraine-Russia stalemate, which apparently is about 90% of the way done. It is entirely possible that we have an end to that nearly 4-year-old war in, January, February of 2022, Russia invaded. Yep, right after the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, which Putin has even said, according to multiple reports, emboldened him because he knew how feckless and incompetent the United States and its leader were under Joe Biden. But in any event, Democrats want that moment to happen where we are focusing on Vance versus Newsom. They want right now, while Trump still has a good year of Democrat minorities, of Republican majorities in both the House and the Senate, where he can get legislation passed. He can use budget reconciliation to get things done, like the one big, beautiful bill. In fact, there is a very, very solid jobs report out today. Yes, I would have liked to have seen more private sector hiring, but there is something that everyone is missing in the jobs print that was released this morning. It's going back a couple of months because of the government shutdown, but it is very, very important to note what Trump is doing in terms of shrinking the size of federal government. All right, are we able to go to commercial? No, they're saying keep going. All right, well, let's just roll right into that. So the point is what they're doing with the Rob Reiner story, okay? We touched on this yesterday. Everybody understands how you are supposed to act when someone dies, even if it's somebody that you don't like. You are supposed to, it's an old saying, never speak ill of the dead, right? We are supposed to be respectful, if not reverent, at least respectful, especially those who die in tragic circumstances. Trump not doing that, not even coming close to what half of the elected Democrats said about Charlie Kirk just 3 months ago, violated a clear social norm. They believe that they'll be able to get enough people to say, they'll be able to get enough weak-kneed Republicans, oh my goodness, and clutch the pearls over Donald Trump saying something kind of rude about Rob Reiner and his wife's murder. Did you people just like wake up from a decade-long coma? Did you spend the last 35 years, were you raised by wolves and are just getting acclimated to human society? This is who Donald Trump has literally always been. But what they're trying to do is to get normal people, the normies, to say, hey, that Donald Trump really is kind of a jerk. I'm done with him. And I got a couple of emails from people saying, that's just the last straw. Oh, give me a break. On the scale of 1 to Trump meltdown of the most awful things that Trump has said or posted, this doesn't even crack the top 50. But they want this, and they want to poke at cracks within a very effective second-term Trump team led by Wiles. So this is why this Vanity Fair article is so significant, because, well, it's Susie Wiles just teeing off on everybody in the administration. It shows the era of Trump is over. Even Susie Wiles has jumped ship. Well, no. She's saying she was taken out of context. My guess is that she thought she had a much better rapport with the reporter than she did. She was joking around about all of the stuff that people were saying about Trump, like, oh, yeah, he's got the mentality of an alcoholic. Oh, yeah, Elon is totally addicted to ketamine. Yeah, J.D. Vance is a crazy conspiracy theorist. All of this, it was taken completely out of context, but yet they get the headline that they want. And again, you get to paint the picture of the Trump White House as just being completely chaotic, being completely rudderless, leaderless, directionless. And hey, now is a good time to cut bait. Now is a good time to just jump off that Trump train. And some of the people who never particularly liked Trump to begin with might, but ultimately this is probably doomed to failure. Why? Because Trump continues to be successful. The jobs report that was released today, it wasn't an official monthly jobs report. It was a print from September to November that was, of course, delayed because of the federal government shutdown. Overall, non-farm employment is down $41,000. 41,000 jobs. That might look bad, except when you consider private employment is up 121,000. Government employment, though, in the 2 months, September to November, declined by 162,000 jobs. I actually looked into that to say, okay, how many of those were from the federal government? Essentially all of them. State and municipal federal government employment was more or less flat. It was down by 1%, but about 160,000 jobs left the federal government. That is about, if you extrapolate that number and also take a look at the total number of government jobs lost, we are looking at about an 11% reduction in force in the federal government. When Trump took office, there was a record high 2.41 million federal government employees. That actually excludes the military. That is down to now 2.15 million. That's actually kind of remarkable in and of itself, just how many people populate the federal workforce. Since August, the private sector has added about 225,000 jobs. But again, because there has been such a sharp decline in the number of federal government jobs, the jobs reports are not looking as strong and looking robust as they might otherwise have been. In fact, all of the job growth under President Biden not only was in government, not only, I'm talking net jobs. Do you realize that from 2019 to 2025, all of the net job gains in this country, every single one, went to someone who is not born in the United States? Now, that's not to say every job, all net job gains. There was net job gains. There were tons of job gains in the foreign-born population and job losses in the native-born population, primarily due to the mass retirement of baby boomers. Real wages in the first full year of the Trump administration set to rise 4.2%. That's wages adjusted for inflation. That means people are getting real raises in terms of their purchasing power for the first time in a long time, because inflation actually forced people to take a real wage decline of about 3% in the 4 years of Joe Biden. So you have got 100% of the job growth under President Trump coming in the private sector and coming among native-born Americans, not illegal aliens, not people suckling off the government teat for jobs that are totally not needed in an over-bloated federal bureaucracy. And in fact, with the gross domestic product expected to absolutely explode in both Q4 2025 and Q1 2026, we look to be heading into the new year in a very good place financially. But of course, we can't give Trump any of the credit for it. So Democrats have actually got to force the issue of affordability. They're talking about an affordability crisis that was of their own making. When Trump left office, year-over-year inflation, now this was impacted by COVID-19, of course, because we were in a COVID recession, but it was 1.4%. Average inflation under Trump, year-over-year prices, roughly 2%, well in line with historical norms. That ballooned all the way up to 9%. Now, if you've got steady inflation, if you've got just very small inflation year over year, what does that mean? In the 4 years of Trump, you did not get any sort of price shocks. Under Biden, price shocks galore. Trump has been in office for 11 months, and year-over-year inflation is slightly high, but it's not anywhere near where all of the price increases came, where all of the inflation actually was, and that was 2021 to 2024. Do you realize that year-over-year inflation in the 4 years of the Trump administration, cumulative inflation, the total number that prices increased, the total percentage by which prices increased under Trump was actually smaller than just the increase in prices in 1 year, 2022, of Joe Biden's presidency. Joe Biden and his fiscal policies raised prices more in 1 year than Trump did in his entire term. And yet Democrats are trying to weaponize the issue of price increases and affordability. Give me a break. This is about as cynical as it gets, because it presupposes that you, as the consumer of news, as the consumer of reality as it is presented to you, filtered through people in both traditional and social media who curate the news and then produce it, then present it to you, people like me, for example. You are hearing about things that happened today from me. I obviously have a bias. I am a conservative. You are going to get the news filtered through my conservative viewpoint. If you don't hear me say conservative thought, not just talk every hour, you need to get your ears checked out, because I make it abundantly clear where I come from. But when you have people who swear up and down that they're objective truth seekers and fact finders, and they are just going to play it straight, but they're not telling you where all of these price increases came from, they're being propagandists. They're peddling you a lie, and they're peddling you a false narrative that all of these price increases just happened in the last 11 months. Now, this might work on the extremely young voter who might have had mom and dad paying for everything for their entire first 18 years of life. But for those of us who have seen the price of literally everything go up exponentially during the Biden administration, it's a real problem. But I can tell you, it is a real problem for the Trump administration, because there are a lot of people who voted for Trump who did so almost transactionally. They didn't do so, in other words, because they're deeply conservative in their worldview, or they just love Trump. Trump won in large part because Joe Biden was such an unmitigated disaster, and because Kamala Harris was such an unpalatable replacement. In great measure because prices were so high, inflation was so bad, people simply could not afford the basic necessities. that a lot of people said, all right, I'm going to roll with Trump because he's promising to end inflation. Well, the hardest thing to do is to get prices down. If all of a sudden prices go down 10, 12, 15%, you got yourself not a recession, but a depression. You have got the old days of dudes losing everything in the market and wearing those giant oversized barrels with their top hats like you saw in old cartoons. So you're not going to get that. And the unfortunate reality is that Democrats may well win the midterms through their extreme failure on the economy because they were so bad, because the hangover from Bidenomics is so severe that people are just not going to be able to recover from it. They're not going to be able, prices are not going down. Prices tend to not go down on a macro level. Prices typically will go up. And when people are comparing the price they're paying now, not to the price last year or even 2-3 years ago, but to 2019, ironically enough, the last time a competent human being was the steward of this nation's economy in Trump's first term, that's a real problem because they're saying, hey, wait a second, I'm not paying what I used to be paying or what I should be paying for this. Someone's got to pay for it. And unfortunately, that tends to be the someone who happens to be in charge. Do we have the commercial breaks fixed? What's that? Keep going. All right, the filibuster continues here on the Dan O'Donnell Show. Hero of the day. Oh, dude, I've got... Producer Eric says we should bang out the hero of the day. Oh, buddy, I have got my brother in Christ. I have got show prep for days. When I say I have been waiting for this moment, I mean it. You know what else? Let's have some fun here. I know we're doing the Ask Me Anything show Monday. Should we just open up the phone lines and yes. Yeah, hey, you screwed up the commercials. If you didn't want to screen calls, you shouldn't have screwed up all the commercials. No, we don't know what happened. It's just a computer failure. I'll tell you what. Let's do Open Line Tuesday because I'm having fun. You want to hear me talk about something? By the way, have you called Madison? Does Madison know that we're not able to play commercials because their logs are going to be all sorts of screwed up? Oh, dude, at least 15 minutes? Let's make it an hour. Do we know what's going? We've got Dave Michaels in here. Oh, we have a plan and we're executing the plan. All right, so do I need a breather? Are you kidding me? Get me scotch on the rocks, open up the phone lines, and let's do some Open Line Tuesday. 414-799-1130. That is our AdventNows.com talk and text line. You can reach me 1-800-838-9476. Whatever you want to talk about, libs, this is your chance. You want to debate? You want to talk about weirdo Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories? Let's have at it because we're going to have some fun. Producer Dave is now in the studio. What's going on, David?
Well, bring me up to speed. I've been a part of...
Wait, do we have... Eric, you got to put Dave's mic on. He's screening calls in there. See, Dave, he's not as good as you were. I don't know if he can't hear out of his right ear. So Eric has a headset, and in his left ear, he's got the old secretary things that you would put on. He's talking to people. What Dave was always really, really good at was talking to you people who were calling in, but also listening to me. All right, let's get Dave Michaels' microphone up here. Yes, sir.
Dan, I'm a married man. I'm very good at listening with both sides of my ear at the same time.
Yeah, you say, okay, there we go. Now we've got it. Okay. Eric finally says, what? What was that?
Please bring me up to speed. What is the audience aware of right now? I've been in
What is the audience aware of?
Top level commitments right now.
This is great. No, they just know, Dave, that we can't play commercials and that I've just got a filibuster. So I said, I am going to go until Jay Weber is on the air tomorrow if I have to.
Does that mean we start referring to you as Cory Booker?
As Cory, yeah. That's exactly what I said. I said Cory Booker, Spartacus himself. When these Dems are doing these like actual filibuster, I say this is amateur hour, bro. I mean, for 2 straight years, I was doing my radio show 9 to 11 and doing Belling's show 3 to 6. I was doing 5 hours a day and not even thinking about it.
Now, what would you do in that 5 hours in between? You weren't here in the building the entire time.
Nah, I'd go work out or something.
Just get your mind off the daily news.
Yeah. Well, my mind's never actually off the daily news. Frankly, I think that's why I can do this without even really thinking about it. Seriously, I'm not even going to look at what these people are saying. This is going to be, I'm going to call this, we're inventing a new segment today. We're going to call it Talk Radio Roulette, where we have the calls screened so I know they're not going to like swear or anything like that. But my camera, if you can take a look here, you see my camera is blocking the part of the screen that I can see what they're going to. So all I can see is the caller's first name. This is going to be fun. I have no idea what they're going to say.
Well, you do this. I'm going to check in with the powers that be and find out when Frankenstein comes back to life.
All right. But you know what? It doesn't, honestly, Dave, it doesn't matter. Although I do have my daughter's Christmas orchestra concert tonight. I may have to watch a live stream from my wife if we can't go to commercial. You know what, folks? It's Christmas time. It's fun. I'm not going to get all stressed about stuff that doesn't work. Turn it into something cool and let's have fun. And this is a great way to interact with the audience. All right, so here we go. This is called Talk Radio Roulette. I am just going to go to a caller. I have no idea what they are going to say, but I know that I am going to turn it into something. And we start with, is this Brad? Brad, you're on the Dan O'Donnell Show. Welcome to Talk Radio Roulette.
Hey, I just want to say I'm 61 years old, been listening to the radio consistently since I'm 12, and if you think this is a dream come true for you, this is a dream come true for me.
Oh.
It's better than a podcast. No, this is awesome.
Oh, Brad, you're too kind.
By design.
Yeah, it is.
No, seriously.
Did you ever see the movie Airheads with Steve Buscemi and Adam Sandler, I think Brendan Fraser in the 90s? They were this band who took over a radio station in order to get their song played. Yeah. This is me. I am just barricading myself in the radio station to talk about whatever I want. All right, Brad. So this is a dream. You can ask me anything. You can say anything. Whatever you want to talk about, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, I would like to know succession planning. I'm looking forward to the next 2-3 decades for WISN. Is that the gist of the mood there as well, with changes and what's going on?
Well, obviously, there is going to be a major change. If you missed it, Jay Weber announced his retirement last week.
Oh, no, I'm well aware.
Oh, yeah, okay. I figured you were, Brad.
I'm not the only guy on the front ride.
Correct. You're not the only one listening. Although, depending on how this segment goes, you might be Brad. Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm gonna hang up on you so you can listen on the radio without that delay. There is, so Jay announced his retirement, and we're going to announce, I believe, Monday, what the succession plan is there. I mean, when Mark did not retire, we were not allowed to say Mark retired, and he didn't. He still does the Mark Belling podcast 3 days a week. He is going to take a sabbatical from it, I believe, right after the holidays. But he will be back, as I understand it, next May. Jay is also going to do a 2-day-a-week podcast as well. I mean, in the Belling succession plan, it was always obvious. In fact, I don't think it's any secret. I was told, boy, a decade plus ago, it was right after I got there and started filling in for Mark, that one day I was going to take over the afternoon show. In terms of WISN in the next 20 to 30 years, I'd love to say that I'm going to be there. And frankly, I want to do this as long as I am physically and mentally able to, because I genuinely enjoy this. When I say, hey, I love just being on the air, talking to people, broadcasting, that's not shtick. That's not, I genuinely love this. But the reality is broadcast business is changing. And I can say with almost complete certainty, while there will be radio and there will be AM and FM bands, it's not going to be like it was at the outset of the music radio era, the talk radio era, when Rush Limbaugh basically invented a new genre of audio entertainment. Conservative talk and conservative content is always going to exist. It just might not be on radio waves. For instance, the future is clearly on-demand listening and viewing. The present and the recent past has been on-demand listening and viewing. Think about Stranger Things, hottest show on television, biggest show on television right now. Do people sit down and watch Thursday nights prime time at 8 p.m.? No, they watch it when they damn well please. Same thing with podcasts. I was listening to what was I listening to today? The Ben Shapiro show. I have no idea when Ben Shapiro recorded that, but I was listening to Ben when I had a free moment. So am I always going to be doing 3 to 6 p.m. Central Time? Maybe, maybe not. I'd love to be. But it's going to change. I can tell you I am going to be around for the next 20 years. I intend to, in some form or fashion, whether it's with WISN, whether it's with iHeartMedia or not. And I'm not saying anything. I love, actually, iHeartMedia as much as I make fun of them, because we can't even play a commercial, for God's sakes. It truly is a great place to be. It's a great company. It's a great company to work for. We sort of have a bad reputation of being the evil empire, but really working here, it's a lot of fun, and I genuinely enjoy it. And the succession plan would be, I guess, Dan O'Donnell, and then, I don't know, my kids. Nick O'Donnell succeeds me, and then my grandson. It's like title of nobility that we keep passing down. All right, let's go to Jeff. Jeff, I have no idea where you're from. I have no idea what you want to talk about, but that's the beauty of Talk Radio Roulette. Go ahead, sir. Welcome to the Dan O'Donnell Show.
Thanks, Dan. Is Hannah Dugan going to go to jail? And if not, why not?
If not, why not? My guess is no, because of the concept of jury nullification. It is my very strong suspicion that the defense attorneys in this case, there are, I believe, 9 men and 5 women who are on the jury pool. 12 of those will make up. There are a couple of alternates. I believe one was home sick, so now it's 13. And there's going to be a jury that I believe was selected from the most liberal counties in Milwaukee County. The most liberal cities in Milwaukee County: Shorewood, Whitefish Bay, City of Milwaukee. Now, they're all white, right? So, the defense was hoping for some Latinos in there to just play to anti-ICE sentiment. But what I can tell, and admittedly, I've not been in the courtroom because obviously I have to come here to do my radio show, so I'm dependent on other reporters who are in the courtroom. But what I am gathering from the testimony that's been presented already is that the defense is just desperately trying to play to existing hate of ICE and existing hate of Trump, and hoping, because frankly, folks, she is so dead to rights on the actual charges that she faces. I can't even explain. It's such a straightforward case. Did she sneak an illegal alien away from ICE agents in an effort to keep him from being taken into custody? Did she send ICE agents away, and as she did she sneak this guy through the jury box into a separate elevator where the public typically does not go so he could get away? Now, fortunately, he was arrested. He's been deported for the second time in his life. But did she endeavor to interfere with a federal process? Yes. Did she endeavor to conceal a person from arrest? Yes. Do I think she's going to go to jail? No. Why? Because even if she is convicted, she faces the first charge is actually a felony. She faces up to 5 years in federal prison. Second is a misdemeanor in this context, so she faces up to a year. My guess is that Looney Lynn Edelman, the far left district court judge who's presiding over this case, is going to say, well, the real punishment is the fact that she can't practice law anymore. The real punishment is the loss of her reputation. Loss of her reputation. In her circles, she's a martyr. She's a heroine. I'd like to say I think justice will be served, but I don't think so. Then again, I did not think this case was even going to go to trial. When I saw that Dugan had drawn Edelman as her trial judge, I thought he was just going to find some grounds, any grounds, to toss this. The fact that he didn't means that even Edelman can look at this evidence and say, ooh, this is going to be a tough one. Let's go to, I got to go to this one. We got someone named Skippy. All right, Skippy, no idea where you're from, no idea what you want to talk about. Welcome to Talk Radio Roulette.
I talked to Skippy from Greenfield. I talked to you.
No. I Skippy.
I call it very rarely. Anyway.
Okay.
Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas, Skippy. No, the point, Skippy, is I can't see on my screen. I'm just taking calls blindly. That's why we call it Talk Radio Roulette, because you can say anything, and I just have to kind of react to it.
Well, I'll talk to you in terms of propriety. Do you think fastball Freddie Peralta will be back with the Brewers?
Oh, boy.
Because he's the only legitimate starter they got.
He is. You know, it's so hard.
And I heard the word on the street is he's going to Baltimore.
Yeah, I heard that too. I actually heard that they are looking to deal him because this season was such a surprise. Skippy, nobody. I can tell you, people.
Who do they have as a first-rate starter other than him?
Woodruff? I mean,
he's injury prone. He's gone. Not gone.
Well, I know, but he's right. Exactly. It's basically Freddie, Woodruff, the kid they traded for from the White Sox, who was just a stud after he came to Milwaukee. Peralta, though, can fetch for a contending team such a prospect haul that the Brewers, who did not expect to contend in 2025 and who, let's face it, barely got past the Cubs and got absolutely decimated by the Dodgers in the championship series, I think it's probably, as much as I like Freddie is a great player, great guy, great Milwaukee guy. I think he fetches so much in a trade. And the Brewers, the economics of baseball are such that a team like the Brewers can't just go out like the Dodgers and spend the millions and millions and millions of dollars that they get in TV revenue. Because remember, baseball is different than football. There is no local TV rights package for regular season games in football. There are in preseason games, but now there are only 3 preseason games. But all of the games are sold nationally, so there's full shared revenue. In baseball, there is no national package for every team's 162-game season. So naturally, teams in bigger media markets like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, they're going to be able to fetch far more in local TV rights deals, radio rights deals as well. So they're going to have way more money to spend. Now, credit to the Dodgers. They take in a ton of money and they dump it right back into payroll to putting the best possible team on the field. I'm not going to begrudge them that, but I am going to say the economics of baseball are such that the Brewers have to play a completely different game. You want to understand it, go watch one of the best baseball movies ever made, Moneyball. What the Brewers have to constantly do is draft and develop talent. They have to be be able to find prospects who they'll be able to keep under team control until their mid-20s to late 20s when they finally hit free agency. Hopefully, they're in their arbitration years going to get team-friendly numbers. This is why they're taking a lot of their young players to arbitration, because they simply can't afford to do what other teams do. And let alone now what's happening is you've got all this deferred money. Do you remember the old Bobby Bonilla day? Do you know who Bobby Bonilla is? Every year, he played for the New York Mets last in 2000. He's been a retired for 25 years. Every single year on July 1st, he gets a check from the New York Mets for $1.1 million. It's called Bobby Bonilla Day because he was smart enough to take deferred money that was paid with interest until something like 2037. He's going to be paid by the New York Mets. So he gets his check every single July 1st. The Dodgers and the Mets and the Yankees are doing that, so they're able to get more salary on the books, but deferred until a later date that they're just going to be paying, what's his name, the MVP. Why can't I think of his name right now? The Dodgers, oh, my God, this is embarrassing. He's the best player in baseball, Eric. Shohei Ohtani. My goodness. I kept wanting to say Hideki Matsui. He hasn't played since the 90s. Hideki Matsui. Shohei Ohtani. They're going to be paying Shohei Ohtani and his bookie until he's about 95 years old, and they're going to be able to continue to restock. For the Brewers, in order to be able to even think about competing, they've got to have young players under team control, and you get that by, unfortunately, saying goodbye to established stars like Freddie Peralta. Let's go to Kathy on line one. Kathy, this is Talk Radio Roulette. I have no idea what you're going to say. You, madam, get to say it now.
Okay, first, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Okay. And, all right, here's the thing. There's a guy on this radio station on a Saturday night. It's between 6 and 9 p.m.
6 and 9 p.m.
His name is Mike.
Yeah, Michael Brown.
His name is, okay, you know him.
Yeah.
Are you, okay. On November 20.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, on November 29th and December 13th. His first hour of those two shows, he gave a phenomenal explanation about the 6 legislators that pulled that crap that told the Army or whatever to stand down. But his explanation of what they should do about it and what it's actually called was really fascinating. And I can't explain it back, but you're good at research.
Okay.
I think you'd find it really fascinating. Also, December 13th, the Saturday we just had, the first hour of his show, he was talking about slavery. He brought up somebody that I think she's got it. Is it Joy? I don't know her name. He brought something up about slavery.
Probably Joy Reid.
Okay. His first hour on that, between 6 and 9 this past Saturday, his explanation about teaching and talking about subjects, I think you would find it extremely fascinating.
Okay.
And because you do a lot of research, I thought of you right away.
Oh, Kathy, that's so sweet. You know what? I will. We can look through our archive.
Yeah.
We can go back a couple of months at most. But you said November 21st.
No, November 29th.
November 29th.
Saturday.
Okay, so right after Thanksgiving. All right. And then this past Saturday, December 13th, take a look at that. You know what, Kathy, since I am actually something of a talk radio junkie and I don't get to hear Michael's show all that much because I'm out and about doing stuff, I am actually going to check that out. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Kathy. Yes, Producer Eric. Oh, yes. Okay. I do need to do a legal ID. You're listening to News Talk 1130 WISN Milwaukee. That is an FCC requirement, believe it or not. Should I also explain the other question that we get all the time? Why do you have to say the station's call letters and the city that you're broadcasting from or you're licensed to at the top of every hour? I have no idea. Broadcast television stations are required to do it too. That's why you'll see the random Fox 6 Milwaukee graphic pop up in the middle of a Packer game. They're required to do it. It's called a legal ID in our business. I have no idea why we have to do it. Did people just all of a sudden forget what they're listening to? I don't know. And I guess since we can't play commercials in Madison, you're listening to 1310 WIBA Madison. I mean, is it legal that I gave a legal ID for a station that I'm technically not on, even though I'm on both? The other question that we get all the time, we get all the freaking time, why is there this random at like 4:15 p.m.? Why can I not get you farther away from Milwaukee at like 4:30 p.m. Because our station, and this one I actually do know why, our station is required to power down from 50,000 watts to, is it 10,000 watts or 5,000 watts at night because of signal interference. After sundown, the way AM radio signals travel, if we were still broadcasting at 50,000 watts past sundown, you would not be able to hear any radio stations because they would all interfere with each other's signals. So unfortunately, because the sun sets so early from pretty much daylight saving ending until the shortest day of the year, December 21st, which we're coming up on very, very quickly. That usually happens at about 4:15. If you have trouble picking us up, you're heading west, check out 1310 WIBA or your iHeartRadio app. Frankly, I like listening to the iHeartRadio app. Generally, it's better sound quality than AM radio, and you never lose the signal. All right, let's go to, Joel in Elkhart Lake. You're on Talk Radio Roulette with Dan.
Hi, Dan. Hey, a Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Merry Christmas to you too, sir.
So my question for you is, do you think that Donald is going after Venezuela so aggressively in order to draw out Russia, in other words, give them, more trouble than they can handle, basically? They're, right now they're able to kind of focus on Ukraine, but by Trump going after Venezuela, does he cause them to use resources and devote focus, to basically divide their focus?
Because Venezuela is a Russian ally. Putin is a very smart guy. You can say a lot of things about him, but being stupid is not one of them. He knows that he is not going to go to the mattresses for a failed socialist narco state like Venezuela. So, no, I don't think that's it. I think what it is Trump recognizes what a massive problem the importation of narcotics is, especially fentanyl, and how deadly it's been. And he realizes, I think, that for the sake of global security, and especially security in our region of the world, where we're with Central America, South America, just around here, everything gets better for us if the drug cartels are out of the picture. I just got back from Mexico City a couple of weeks ago for my brother's wedding, and there are areas of that city that I would put up against any of the top European cities that I've been to. There are other areas that are just slums. This country has just such unimaginable, beautiful natural resources. They have got hundreds of millions. You realize the population of Mexico is like 130 million people? Before Joe Biden, it was actually 230 million people, but now 100 million are in the United States. No, I'm kidding. This country, with its natural resources, with its workforce, could be an economic powerhouse. And did you know they're 13th in total gross domestic product in terms of countries on planet Earth? The United States, of course, number 1. Mexico's number 13. It is not a totally impoverished nation, but its people are subjugated because its governments are invariably corrupted by the drug cartels. And this is going on all over the place. What Trump wants, I think, is more El Salvadors where Nayib Bukele just completely cracked down on all drug and gang activity and he just locked them all up. Obviously, here in the United States, we have due process and things like that. You can't just do that. El Salvador just kind of locked people up. El Salvador went from the most violent place on planet Earth. I believe it was at one point San Salvador was the most violent city on Earth, to the safest place in Central and South America almost overnight. Why? Because the drug cartels were no longer on the streets. They were all in prison. I think it really just amounts to that he just wants an end to these permanent narco states because of the people and drugs they import to the United States. Let's go to Nick listening to us in Madison. You're on the Dan O'Donnell Show. What's going on, Nick? Yep. Nick, grab that phone. You're on the air.
Dan.
Hey, what's going on, Nick? There you are, buddy.
Oh. Hey, Dan, I just wanted to say Merry Christmas.
You too, sir. You too.
God bless you and your family. And it's an honor and a pleasure to talk to you.
Well, the pleasure is mine.
Every day.
Well, thank you so much, Nick. Thank you so much. Now, we are trying out a new segment because for those who are wondering why I have been talking for the last hour and 3 minutes, we can't go to commercial. We cannot play anything except sound bites. So what I am doing is saying, you know what? Let's hang out together and let's just talk about random stuff. I do actually, Nick, after your call, we're going to get back to Talk Radio Roulette, but there are a couple of things that I want to get to. I want to make sure that I discuss because there is a very, very big story about Biden FBI corruption. But what is it you want to say, sir? You can say anything. I have no idea what you're going to say. I have no idea how you're going to say it. Go ahead, sir.
Well, all right. Now, Dan, I'm a fan of, Irish punk.
Yeah, my man.
And man, I went to when I went and saw the Dropkick Murphys.
Yeah, let me guess. All left-wing stuff.
I was a little turned off, man.
Yep. They're all left-wing Democrats.
All political and woke.
Yep. Oh, they've been, Nick, they have been left-wing and woke for 15 years. I can remember them. They were ripping on Scott Walker in like 2011. And I mean, they try to, they're the band of the working man, which is sort of ironic because Democrats have abandoned the working man. Democrats think people from South Boston, like the Dropkick Murphys, Irish Americans are all racists. So it's sort of ironic, but yeah, they are very left wing. Hey, Nick, Merry Christmas.
Absolutely. Hey,
go ahead.
No, Merry Christmas, but I have a request.
Yeah.
Play some more Flogging Molly.
I love Flogging Molly. I will do that. In fact, for sorry to cut you off, Nick. I am a itchy trigger finger there. We do just like we do special bumper music for Halloween and Christmas, 4th of July. We usually play some patriotic bumper music. For about a week, maybe a week and a half before St. Patrick's Day, we'll play Irish, American, Celtic punk music. We do a lot of, Dropkick Murphys, Flogging Molly, the Tossers. Trying to think, what are some of the other bands that we have in there? There are a ton of them, and I'm always looking for suggestions. All right, we are going to get back to Talk Radio Roulette in just a second. I was promised, by the way, we'd be able to play commercials within 15 minutes. That was like 45 minutes ago. And actually, producer Eric, could I ask a request? I'm dead serious about this. Since I can't get up and have to keep talking, could you turn the thermometer down in here? It is really, really warm in the studio, especially with the lights on me. Okay. How long How long did I have all this planned out, or is this just off the cuff? Oh, no, this is 100% off the cuff. We have got a YouTube comment, a YouTube question. No, I was told right after the 4 o'clock news that we had a catastrophic computer system crash and that we are unable to play pretty much anything except for like my sound bites, and that's about it. So we will get back to, and we kind of invented a brand new segment, which I think is going to be a recurring bit. What do you think, producer Eric? Talk Radio Roulette. All I can see is their names. I can't even see where it is they're calling from. They get to say anything they want, and I just kind of have to react to it. All right. We're going to get back to that. If you're on hold, please stay on hold. Heaven knows we are probably going to have a ton of time to fill. I do want to make sure I get to this because it is an absolutely massive story. It is a Fox News exclusive. The FBI did not believe it had probable cause to raid Mar-a-Lago in 2022, but moved forward anyway under pressure from Biden's Justice Department. One official said, quote, "I don't give a damn about the optics of the search." These documents were just declassified by new FBI Director Kash Patel. An FBI official serving as an assistant special agent in charge wrote to another official, quote, "Very little has been developed related to who might be culpable for mishandling the documents." What he means is that we don't know if this was Trump who actually mishandled classified documents. In other words, to make Trump the target of this raid by going in before dawn to his house does not satisfy the probable cause requirement for such an action. From the interviews, investigators have gathered information suggesting that there may be additional boxes, presumably of the same type as were sent back to the National Archives in January at Mar-a-Lago. WFO has been drafting a search warrant affidavit related to these potential boxes, but has some concerns that the information is single source, has not been corroborated, and may be dated. DOJ CES opines, however, that the SWs meet the probable cause standard. Weeks later, FBI agent writes in another email, this is shortly before the raid, "We haven't generated any new facts, but keep being given draft after draft after draft. Absent a witness coming forward with recent information about classified information on site, at what point is it fair to table this?" the agent asks. "It is time-consuming for the team and not productive if there are no new facts supporting probable cause." Wow. Another email revealed that the FBI's Washington field office, that's WFO, did, quote, "not believe and has articulated to DOJ CES that we have established probable cause for the search warrant for classified records at Mar-a-Lago." That should not surprise anyone, but it is jaw-dropping in terms of this was the first time in American history, ladies and gentlemen, first time ever, that a president's home was raided, that a law enforcement action was ever taken against a president or former president of the United States. First time ever. And it was done when the people who were doing the search did not believe there was probable cause. But the president at the time, who controlled the DOJ and was very likely going to run against the former president in the upcoming 2024 presidential election, ordered them to do it anyway. In another life, that would be a massive scandal. That would be an all-consuming, what did the President Biden know and when did he know it? Now? Yeah, well, it's Fox News reporting it. Need I remind you that Trump had plenary authority. And now he does again, plenary authority, which means total authority over the classification of information. The president has the power to classify and declassify documents at will. There is no greater authority or power in the Justice Department, in the executive branch, in the federal government than the President of the United States. All power in the executive branch vests in one man, the President. Presidents don't even need to say, I am declassifying this information. If they simply remove a classified document from a SCIF, a secure facility, that may be considered declassification. Why? Because the president doesn't answer to anybody. That's how our system works. Not only that, the Presidential Records Act of 1979 explicitly distinguishes between personal records, those of a private nature, and presidential records, which are official government documents. Trump was saying, and his attorneys were saying all along, these are personal documents. They related to his time in office. Oftentimes, presidents remove these sorts of documents to help them or their ghostwriters write their memoirs. Or they're taken as souvenirs. They're taken to preserve. They're not taken to misuse them. And in fact, former presidents Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, they handled records just like this without any sort of controversy or charges. Now, Trump was actually charged under the Espionage Act, and an element of that crime, a core element, in fact, is proof of willful intent to retain national defense information for unauthorized purposes to potentially harm the United States or benefit a foreign power. Prosecutors never, not once, demonstrated any actual damage to national security or any actual intent on the part of, remember, a former president of the United States to harm the United States or to benefit a foreign power. Now, of course, there was all sorts of speculation in the unhinged liberal press back in 2022 that, well, Trump was clearly having these documents at Mar-a-Lago to benefit Russia for some reason. They just could not let go of the Russia hoax even 3 years after the Mueller report found that Trump and no part of his transition team or his campaign had anything to do with Russia. They just couldn't let it go. Not only that, the special counsel who was appointed to investigate Trump under all of this, Jack Smith, it violated the appointments clause. He was not properly appointed. He was never confirmed by the Senate. He never appointed by a Senate-confirmed official with the proper authority. He just sort of existed. He just sort of said, all right, I'm a special counsel now. Biden said, all right, he's a special. Well, you've got to be Senate approved. Advise and consent. This is constitutional stuff. So in summer of 2024, it was federal judge Eileen Cannon down in Florida said, look, none of this was valid anyway because the special counsel who was appointed to investigate this was not properly appointed. If you don't have a properly appointed special counsel, you can't possibly have a proper investigation. Wanted to make sure I got to that story because it is an important one. Now, of course, the question I always get with stuff like this, will anything happen? No, probably not. You know, this is just sort of the nature of the banana republic of the United States now. Stuff just kind of happens, and we have to just be cool with Democrats running roughshod over all of our constitutional rights because they need to win elections. All right, let's go back to Talk Radio Roulette. What do you think, producer Eric? Should we make this like a weekly segment where we just take 15, 20 minutes and I just go, it's not like ask me anything. It's you can make any point you want. I'm going to have no idea what you're going to say. And you just kind of say anything. It's sort of like a variation of Open Line Friday, only Rush would know what the callers were going to say. It was right there on his screen. I don't. I have the screen. I have my call screen blocked by my camera intentionally because I just kind of want to hear what you folks have to say, and I am going to react accordingly What's that? Oh, go to Paul next? All right. This is a special caller request from producer Eric for Paul. Paul, you're on the Dan O'Donnell Show. What's going on, my friend? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas and New Year's blessings to you and your family, Dan. No pressure here, right?
Okay. Nope, none.
It occurred to me while I was on hold that you could turn this into a pretty cool radio bit, much like back in the day when Tim the Rock and Roll Animal sat out on the ledge until the Who came. Did you ever hear about that?
I did. And what was it? Until the Beatles came?
No,
the Who. That was it. The Who. Yes. There was a big retrospective on that maybe a year or two ago. Yes.
Yeah, and you could do something like that. Like, I'm going to lock myself in the studio until we have to come up with a modern.
Well, I might have to. Paul, because frankly, I don't know are we able to play at 6 p.m. Are we able to play Sean Hannity? Hopefully, that's fine. Honestly. I should probably text my wife at some point and tell her I'm probably not going to make my daughter's concert. But anyway, Paul, floor is yours, sir.
Well, here's the other thing too. You guys should be doing you should be videotaping all the behind the scenes stuff. Then you can make a documentary on the day. The crap hit the fan at
WISN.
Dave Michaels and Jerry Bott, feverishly working.
Jerry Bott is not feverishly working. Jerry Bott is feverishly working on his third cocktail at dinner right now. It's for all. No, I'm kidding. He's aware. We'll be able to fix it. It's not actually that big of a deal. It's not ideal. And frankly, am I allowed to say this? We had a similar issue happen during 95.7 Big FM's airing of the Packer game. I know a lot of you know about it because I got at least 12 emails about the fact that the Packer game was not airing any commercials and just airing music where the commercials should have been. It was an issue with their receiver, I guess, and that actually was DEFCON 1 bad. This, it stinks. Obviously, we're not able to do commercials. Although should I just do live commercials? Yeah. Dan O'Donnell here for my great friends at Built Right Furniture. You got to get to Built Right today. Built Right's Black December sale is going on through, I think it's Saturday. Find thousands of items, including 60 flippable mattresses. I can't remember. What I do know is the folks at Built Right are absolutely fantastic. Marty, Gail, Randy, the entire family. I shop there all the time. In fact, pretty much our entire home is furnished by Built Right just because they've got the best quality products. They've got the best customer service. They're a family-owned business. They're just a wonderful family. I love doing business with them. They're just wonderful people. So if you want to support a locally and family-owned business that's actually been in business for 98 years, they are on their 4th generation of family ownership, head to Built Right at 54th and Layton in Greenfield. Tell them Dan sent you to Built Right. You got to get to Built Right today. This is like old school, right? This is like Paul Harvey. It's and now, page 2. Mander Collision and Glass, now with 7 locations to serve you. The best decision after a collision. Paul wants to ask about Herman's Hermits. Okay. All right, okay. Paul, you're back on. You actually wanted to talk about Herman's Hermits. All right. I'm sorry I let you go too early, sir.
All good, man. Hey, no, back State Fair time, my wife and I had the pleasure of running into you in exhibition hall.
Yes, that's right. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
This was this past summer.
Right. And you were heading
to Herman's Hermits.
With you briefly. Yeah. And you were going to, and it occurred, and I wanted to ask you, who's the bigger Hermits fan? You or Belling? And then the second thing is, did you ever buy that wand washer for your house?
I did. I did buy the wand washer, not the big one. So Paul, I ran into Paul and your wife, right?
Right.
Yes,
correct.
I ran into you and your wife, and I was just with friends, and we were just kind of meeting by the Herman's Hermits because one of my friend's girlfriend, my dear friend, Brandon, a.k.a. Seitz. I always talk about my friend Seitz, and everybody thinks I'm talking about Charlie Sykes. No, it's his girlfriend who should I say she's the competition? She's actually on the radio right now. She's Mandy Scott from 102.9 The Hog. She's a very, very dear friend. She's been dating my friend Brandon, my best friend from grade school, since like 2016. I think they've been together for like 9-10 years, something like that. And it was her good friend's mom got like a backstage pass to meet Peter Noon of Herman's Hermits. So we were just kind of there. And I was at the Expo Center, and I didn't buy the big. There was this like magic. It was like it removes. I use it in the shower because you have to get the streaks off of the shower glass. So I bought the littler one for the shower. I did not buy the big honking cleaner. But Paul,
you were looking at that because it had the light fixture thing on it where you could change the lights in your new house.
Oh, yes, I did. No, I didn't get that. I didn't get that. I probably should have because we have big ceilings in our living room. And I'm thinking, boy, when one of those lights goes, I'm going to have to call somebody because I'm not going up on a 20-foot ladder. Hey, Paul, God bless you. Thank you so much for calling. This is what I love about Talk Radio Roulette, Eric. It's you don't know who you're going to run into. I do actually remember that because I was just having some fun at State Fair. And that's also, I guess, this is a good time to, if you folks, I can see, if you see me in public, like, come up, say hi, say you like the show. It honestly, it means so much to me. My family is totally used to it. In fact, one of my teenage sons will be like, okay, you want me to take a picture? No, I obviously when I'm in the middle of dinner, maybe wait until afterwards, but I love talking to listeners. I genuinely, Eric, am I the exact same on the air and off the air? Yeah, exactly. There's, a lot of, except, there's some language. Yeah, Eric said, except some of the language. That's all radio guys, though. We're all like old salts. Let's go to Josh on the South Side on Talk Radio Roulette. Now in its second hour here on the Dan O'Donnell Show. What's going on, Josh?
I had a call because this is a perfect opportunity. I cannot understand Charlie Sykes. He literally contradicted everything he talked about for 20 plus years and supported the worst presidential candidate in my lifetime, Kamala Harris.
And the second worst in Joe Biden.
Not even close. Kamala would have destroyed the country, in my opinion.
Well, no. I'm saying Kamala was the worst. Biden was the second worst. Okay, so here's the thing. I said long ago, I worked with Charlie for, more than a decade. And he was so nice, so kind, so supportive of my career. When I was 22, 23 years old, I was doing news during his show. I was doing the Brewers post-game show. I was doing sports talk shows. And I desperately wanted to do political talk. I always wanted to be like Charlie, like Belling, like Rush Limbaugh, Hannity, and them. And management just would not allow it. Charlie said, I was 23, 24. He's like, I really want you to be the fill-in host for both Jeff Wagner and I. Jeff Wagner, also just an incredibly kind, decent, good human being. And because of that, because Charlie was always so supportive, I said, look, no matter what he says publicly, no matter what, I am never going to rip him on the radio because I know Charlie as a person, and I know him to be a fundamentally good person who has always been in my career very, very good to me, very supportive of me. What I can tell you, though, is that for a lot of people, and Matt Drudge, I think, assuming Drudge still has anything to do with the Drudge Report, kind of falls into this trap, too, where the hatred of Trump is just so strong. And it is a personal hatred that it causes people to overlook just all of the things that they once believed because they have to oppose this person who they hate so much. But even the fact that the person is doing things that they wanted done because he is just so personally odious to them. And I don't even know how this happens or why this happens. But if you go to the Drudge Report right now, seriously, if you are at home or
we talked about this before. We did. He's not involved anymore. I don't know what happened to him. Drudge.
I still don't know. Honestly, nobody knows. And that's the thing. It is still, I believe, registered to Matt Drudge. That might not mean anything, but he has actually said multiple times that when he can't do the site anymore, the site's just going to disappear. Or like when he dies or isn't involved, the site is just going to disappear. That said, is it possible he sold it for $150 million and is on a beach in Cabo somewhere? Yeah, of course. But that site isn't just anti-Trump. It is far left. In fact, I go to the Drudge Report now to actually see what it is leftists are talking about, because I know if it's in the liberal media narrative, it is going to be on the front page of Drudge. And that is actually kind of shocking. And it's sort of like the same thing happened to Charlie, where it was no longer, okay, I don't like Trump, but now it's, I appear to oppose everything I once supported. And I honestly, I wish I had a better answer for you, Josh, than I don't know what happens in someone's brain when it's just like the hatred for someone in politics becomes so intense and so all-consuming. Like people, thank you so much for the call. People always accuse conservatives, especially conservative pundits like me and like Belling and Charlie and everybody, of hating the left, that I just despise Joe Biden. It's like, my brother in Christ, do you have any idea how many comedy bits I did at Joe Biden's expense? We have a daily segment where we poke fun at the unhinged liberal of the day because these people are so nuts. I wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for making fun of these people and opposing these people and pointing out the flaws in their logic and the problems with their policy and things like that. In fact, let's get to our companion piece to the unhinged liberal of the day. Do we have? Here we go. There it is. It's you're gonna get it. No, I know it is. I know what I'm doing, producer Eric. It happens to be the same cut we used for unhinged liberal of the day, but it is in fact the unsung hero of the day. All right, remember way back 2 hours ago almost where we played the unhinged liberal of the day, and it was that Karen in a Target store. I have no idea where, but she was going nuts on this old lady because she was working at Target, and instead of just wearing a plain red shirt, was wearing a red Charlie Kirk American flag shirt, and she went nuts on this poor woman. Today's unsung hero of the day is that woman, that Target employee who kept her cool remarkably well while being berated by this foul-mouthed liberal wench. Take a listen.
Why are you taking my picture?
Why are you wearing that shirt?
Why?
They let you wear that shirt here?
Yes. Why? Why are you taking my picture?
Why are you wearing that shirt? You're working. It's not a Target
red shirt. I can wear any red shirt.
It's not a plain shirt.
It doesn't have to be.
It's a Charlie Kirk shirt.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Are you fucking stupid?
No.
Why the fuck would you wear that? You're at work at Target. That's not a Target shirt. It's not a plain red shirt. You support a racist.
It's not racist.
You support a racist.
He's not a racist.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he fucking is.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit here and argue with you.
You're not. You should go get your manager. You should not be allowed to wear that at work. Unacceptable. Unfucking acceptable.
That's your opinion.
No, the opinion is he's a fucking racist and you support him.
That's your opinion, ma'am.
And you should not be allowed to wear that. This is going to be taken above your fucking head. That's insane. 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 Piece of shit.
Seriously, could that woman have handled that crazy woman any better? I don't think so. If that were me, she would have been pushed right into the board game display. That lady just getting berated by a liberal Karen for daring to wear a Charlie Kirk shirt while working at Target. Your unsung hero of the day. So, folks, just a quick programming note. For about an hour and a half to an hour and 40 minutes now, we have been unable to go to commercial or anything else. So I have actually had to do an impromptu radiothon. I feel like I should be making money for Make-A-Wish kids or something like that. But we are playing talk radio roulette, where you can call in and all I can actually see is your name. I have no idea where you're from. I have no idea what you're going to say. It's sort of like Open Line Friday, only the calls are screened, so we know you're not going to swear and be all crazy or whatever. But you can spring anything on me whatsoever, and I have to answer. But you're going to have to indulge me for a second because I can't go off the air. My daughter is supposed to have her Christmas concert at 6 p.m., and if you'll excuse me, I actually have to call my wife right now.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? I legally have to tell you you're live on the radio right now. I don't know if you've been paying attention, hun, but we can't go to commercial right now, so I have to be on possibly for the next couple of hours. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to make Gracie's concert at 6.
Okay.
Do you want to say hi to the listeners? Hi. Hi, Grace. I'm really... What's that?
You're joking. You're joking.
I'm not joking. I am absolutely not joking. We haven't been able to play commercials since we got back from the 4 o'clock newscast, and I have been on the air. I actually invented a new radio segment. We call it Talk Radio Roulette, and I'm just taking calls. I have no idea what the callers are going to say, and it is incredibly fun. It's sort of like Rush's Open Line Friday, only it's totally, completely random and chaotic, and it's made even better by the fact that we have no idea when we're going to be able to log off here. So,
okay.
Grace.
Well, we're just on our way to the orchestra concert.
All right. And Grace, I'm really sorry I'm not going to be able to be there in person. But that's fine? Okay. Yeah, you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to perform live on the radio and, like, do a little... No. All right. No, seriously, I'm calling you live on the radio right now because I literally can't do anything else. I could maybe play like a song or something. We could play Christmas music, but I didn't know. It is not a prank. It is absolutely not a radio prank. It's not like that John Cena radio prank that I was playing yesterday. No, we have no idea. It was supposed to be fixed like an hour ago. Producer Eric's shaking his head. He's like, yeah, it was. So this is live radio, right? Like, you never know what exactly is going to happen.
This is terrible.
I know but you know what? We've got such great listeners and callers that it has been a whole lot of fun.
All right, I'm gonna hang up now.
All right, you're gonna hang up and listen. We got Megan, first time caller, long time listener. Thank you so much. All right, Grace, I love you. Play your heart out, okay?
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, so that was my wife and daughter on their way to the annual Christmas concert, which, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to miss. No, I seriously, she was probably getting the kids ready after school, getting Grace ready for her concert, and had no idea because it's hard. We got a puppy now, so she primarily handles the puppy while I'm at work, and Buddy is a full-time job, so she obviously wasn't listening. And I have not been able to get out of this chair since 4:06. So, and I just realized, I'm like, I don't think Megan knows that, I'm probably not going to be coming home anytime soon. All right, let's get back to Talk Radio Roulette. That was a fun one. And now, whoops, she's texting me. Oh, you were at, okay, she's saying they were at violin lessons with our son, Chris. All right, that's why she wants people to know she actually does listen to my show occasionally. What I always say is she listens to me yap about nothing for like 8 hours a day. It's the 3 hours I'm on the air. That's a respite from hearing my voice. All right, Talk Radio Roulette. Folks, I hope you're having as much fun as I am doing this, because I genuinely am really enjoying it. First, should we get a commercial message? Our newest sponsors here on the Dan O'Donnell Show, Old Fashioned Roofing. They do things the old-fashioned way, with pride, with care. They're a place where a handshake still matters. And they're not a national company pretending to be local. They are a local, veteran-owned, woman-owned, Wisconsin-based company. How local are they? I actually went to high school with one of the owners, Mel. Whitnall High School. He was class of 98. I was class of 1999. And I am just so proud of the business that he started. It is Old Fashioned Roofing. They do things the old-fashioned way. They are a place where a handshake still matters. Visit them at oldfashionedroofing.com. Vince on YouTube asks if Dan has to go to the bathroom. Yes, and that's why you are going to see a number of bottles just appear. It's going to look like apple juice-filled bottles that appear on the desk next to me. No, actually, weirdly enough, and this is probably totally not healthy for your kidneys, but everybody in radio has an almost supernatural ability to hold their pee like a camel. Eric, do you have that too? Oh, he was going to say, I'll be right back. He was, because Eric has had to be here too. He's got to screen the calls. And Eric, by the way, I'm teasing. You are doing a fantastic job screening these. I know this has got to be incredibly hectic for you, as well as you thought engineers were going to be in here freaking out. And it has. Oh, they're working. Okay. They're working on a new. Basically, it's a server. The server where all of our commercials are stored died. And we call them A-serves. I don't even know why. But it apparently died. And because all of the commercials are on that server, I mean, theoretically, we could just play the commercials manually, but we have no idea what's playing next. And it would not work. We also need to... Now, at 6 o'clock, Eric, is the Sean Hannity show just automatically going to fire? All right, because we have to take out what's known as a macro that obviously the Sean Hannity show is recorded 4 hours ago almost. It airs live at 2 p.m. our time. We record it and it plays back automatically. So we have basically commands in our computer system called macros that tell... Like, okay, the studio, the on-air studio is now dead, and Sean Hannity, we take it from the satellite, or we take it from the recording of the satellite, that goes live. So at 6 p.m., you may hear Sean Hannity and Dan O'Donnell simultaneously. We'll do like a TikTok duet. Let's go to Brett. Next, we are just kind of taking random phone calls, as we call this an impromptu game of Talk Radio Roulette. Merry Christmas, Brett. You're on the Dan O'Donnell Show.
Merry Christmas, Dan, to you and your family. You are amazing. I don't know how you're doing what you're doing, but it is amazing.
Well, pure instinct, brother. You're way too kind.
Hey, I guess I have a question that has been driving me nuts. I've heard you from the first day I think you were on TMJ when I actually listened to TMJ, and now.
Shh! Don't say that. They're great people. They're a great station.
Well, yeah, they used to be.
But we'll just leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that. I've still got a ton of friends over there. Eric Bilstead, John Mercure, Vince Vitrano. Wonderful people.
Hey, and some of those people I love.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened to that station, but that's not my question. My question is, did you ever think, in all that time, I mean, I listened to you doing the little news over there, and in my mind, I thought, God, this guy's got to get over to WISN, and then you did, and then you had the morning show. Now you have the prime show. I mean, did you ever think that really you get to that point, or how did that manufacture in your mind?
Man. I'll tell you that, first of all, Brett, you are so kind, and that honestly made my evening. You really did. Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. It was always something I dreamed of, and you actually, and my brother. Not the one who got married, but the one who's very close in age to me, and our kids are all very good friends. In fact, I was at his house last night for his daughter's birthday party. Her golden birthday. She turned 14 on the 14th. We celebrated last night. He said he would listen to actually Jay Weber. He would listen to Jay Weber every morning. Excuse me. This is the first time I've had a chance to take a drink of water in almost 2 hours. And he said, Dan, you got to get to, if you want to do conservative talk, I'm telling you, TMJ may have the ratings now. WISN is the better station. And it was right around Christmas time. Actually, it was right around this time of year in 2012 that I had a meeting with Jerry Bott, and he said, look, I don't need to, you don't need to sell yourself on me. I know exactly what you do. I know how great you are, and I know what you want to do with your career. He said, you may go to TMJ, you may go back to them and say, hey, I got this offer from WISN, and they may give you more money. And they may even give you some vague promises about being able to fill in for Charlie or Jeff Wagner or whatever. Here's what Jerry told me, and he sold me on this. He goes, Jay Weber is going to be gone January 21st and 22nd. Right now, I've got you penciled in to be his fill-in. Sold. And when I first did the Jay Weber show, I was terrible. I tried to write out everything because I was so nervous. And actually, Jerry gave me the best advice I ever got. Seriously. I was in his office the night before I was going to fill in for Jay for the first time, 12 years ago or so. And he goes, just be good. And I kind of looked at him. He's like, you probably think I'm being a jerk, right? I said, no. I said, yes, you're definitely being a jerk. He said, no, you know what good radio is. You know what good sounds like. You know what good is for you. I can tell you what good is for me, but you can do it differently. And what he meant by that was be yourself, be interesting, be entertaining, be informative, be you. And really, that's the only way it works. To answer your question, Brett, did I ever think I would end up here? Well, it was actually kind of remarkable. My first year at WISN, I was filling in for every host. And when I started filling in for Mark, I mean, this was a huge honor to fill in for Mark Belling. I was like 29, 30 years old at the time. And I said, my goodness, it was made clear to me within about a year or two after I had gotten there that the plan was eventually, when Mark decides to retire or move on or whatever, that I would move to that spot. So I always kind of knew in the back of my mind, but in terms of like being able to do this show, being able to, and folks, it's been almost a year, and you know, I am so grateful and cognizant of the legacy that Mark built. I mean, we even do, and it is going to be a continuing tradition on the Dan O'Donnell Show in honor of Mark. We are going to play the stupid second year of Deer Camp song every year in tribute to him, just like we do the Rush Limbaugh tribute at Thanksgiving time as well. To be there and to do a show to do the exact type of show that I want to do, it really is a dream come true. Did I think I'd be able to do that? It was always what I was working towards. So yes, did I ever think I would have this much fun doing it? I don't know. Yeah. I guess, yes, I always kind of thought I would be here, but I guess in a larger sense, you almost think, though, I guess I never envisioned a radio landscape without Rush, without Mark, and now without Jay. And yes, I mean, Mark's not dead. You can catch the Mark Belling podcast on iHeartRadio or wherever you listen to podcasts. And when I get a chance, I'll listen to him. And he's still the same Mark. He's still great. But I guess I never really in a concrete way thought, hey, that next generation is going to have to step up. And oh, by the way, that next generation is you. So again, thank you, Brett. Very, very kind words. If you guys will excuse me for 1 second. I know you're not supposed to drink water while you're on the air, but I can't go to commercial right now. For those just tuning in, we are unable to play commercials or pretty much play anything other than me. I mean, I can play music, like listen to this. So that's just fine, but I don't want to just like play music like all of a sudden we're 95.7 Big FM. I can play sound bites like how about this? Oh, here we go. I like this. This is why I love J.D. Vance. Here's J.D. Vance just absolutely ripping the holy hell out of Democrats, blaming the Trump administration for the affordability crisis.
I'm a little surprised by when the Democrats talk all the time about affordability. Democrats say, you know, things aren't affordable. This isn't affordable. This has gotten more expensive. Drugs have gotten more expensive. Housing's gotten more expensive. And you know what? They're right, and it was because of them. It ain't that hard. If you go back to the 4 years of the Biden administration, why did housing get so expensive, double in price during the Biden administration? It's because Joe Biden let in 20 million illegal immigrants who took homes that ought by right go to American citizens and to the people of this great state.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of a no-brainer. And the fact that nobody talks about the sudden importation of 15 to 20 million new people without a subsequent increase in goods, services offered, that is a standard recipe for inflation because now there's competition. There's dramatically increased competition for those goods and services. I mean, if historians weren't notoriously left-wing, they would be talking for centuries about the damage done to this country just in 4 years of Biden. And I actually think it's wrong to blame Biden because it's clear he was an empty vessel who didn't really know what was being done in his name. It is all the radical socialists who were propping up him, wearing him sort of like a skin suit, like Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, in order to enact radical left-wing policy in his name. Let's go to Cindy up next. This is Talk Radio Roulette. Cindy, the floor is yours.
Hey, hi, Dan. I love you. Listen to you all morning.
Oh, thank you.
And now late afternoon. I do. I'm in Iron River, Michigan.
Oh, that's a wonderful area.
Was in Bayview. Grew up in Cudahy. So,
okay.
Yeah, but You did a thing quite a while ago about the tree in Madison. I guess it's now called the something tree. I'm not sure.
It's just called the tree. It's not the Christmas tree, not the holiday tree, just the tree.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure, sir. But anyway, because it's not a Christmas tree and we can't, probably sing carols, I thought your family is so creative, and you are. You could use a song from camp like boom-de-ada, 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 boom. I love the spruce. I love the conifer. I love the pine. It is surely mine. Whoa.
Wait. Is this an actual song?
No, well, I don't know if you ever went to church camp or camp.
I went to Boy Scout camp. Okay, wait. I need to hear this again. Cindy, please sing us a verse.
Are you familiar with the camp song, Boom-de-ada, or no?
I can't say I am, no. That's why I'm saying sing it. Keep going. You were doing great.
I'm just playing, so I love the spruce. I love the conifer. I love the pine. It is surely mine, spruce pine. It is surely mine. Whoa. Boom-de-ada, boom-de-ada, boom-de-ada. It's a camp song.
I love it. Cindy, bravo. Thank you.
Did you like it?
I did.
Thank you, Dan.
I loved it very much, and that's not a bad idea. Do we come up with a theme song for Governor Evers' tree? It's almost 6, says producer Eric. So the impromptu Danathon is going into its 3rd hour now, and we pause for a station identification. You are listening to News Radio. Oh my God, News Talk 1130. I was going to go WISN Radio, WIBA Radio. Do they even use News Radio 620 WTMJ anymore? I don't listen much anymore either. You are listening to News Talk 1130 WISN Milwaukee. You are also listening, if you're in Madison, to 1310 WIBA Madison. And if you are the owner of a radio station anywhere else in Wisconsin that would like to pick up the Dan O'Donnell Show, please contact me at dod@iheartmedia.com. As you can clearly hear, I can fill any gaps in your station programming by just continuing to talk. For those who are just joining us and listening, thinking you're going to hear Sean Hannity, well, you might, because we're not sure in exactly 22 seconds if there is going to be a macro that's fired. So if all of a sudden you hear our top of the hour news intro, you'll know. We're going to count down together. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. Looks like we can't go to Sean Hannity. So it's still me. It is now 6 o'clock. For those just tuning in, we had a catastrophic system failure of our server that holds all of our commercial inventory. Not only that, all of the computer commands to fire subsequent recorded shows. So Sean Hannity, Mark Levin. Now, does this mean, producer Eric, we really do need to check in with WIBA because they're also they can still play commercials, but they're still tuned to us. So hopefully they went away from our show. I'm just going to really quickly check my emails. Excuse me. Dennis, that's very kind. Hey, Dan, you are able to pull this off because you love what you're doing. It shows. All of your mentors and supporters are absolutely proud of you. Well done, Dennis and Fox. Dennis, that's very kind. Oh, man. Producer Eric, I might actually need some more water. The problem is at some point physically the voice is going to go. Let's see. All right. Do we have any update? I could really do this all night, especially, and folks, I do thank you so much for helping me out here, taking phone calls. I do actually, believe it or not, have other topics that I do want to cover. So we're going to get back to Talk Radio Roulette in just a second. All right, Nathan, let's go to Nathan. Says producer Eric. So, Nathan, this is Dealer's Choice on Talk Radio Roulette. What's going on, Nathan? You're on the Dan O'Donnell Show.
Hey, Dan. Great to be on.
Thank you. What's up?
I just want to say, local electrician out of Racine, local 430. I want to give a big shout out to all those guys working at Microsoft right now, putting on 50, 60-hour weeks. We're putting on a hard time, and we listen to you all the time, Dan.
Oh, dude.
We love your input, and we love everything that you say. Hey. For Wisconsin and for everybody in the Republican Party, we love it, brother.
Oh, dude, Nathan, thank you. I'm so glad that Eric said to go to you before we get into this next topic that I wanted to get to. That's so kind. I mean, you guys are doing 50, 60 hours a week every single week. I actually have to work for 2 straight hours for like the first time in my life, and I'm complaining. No, I'm kidding. I put in long hours. Not like you do. You guys are quite literally building this state. Shout out to you as well, Nathan. Thank you, all your coworkers and friends. I love you. I really appreciate you guys listening to me. Thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you. Okay, I do want to get to this as well. We will get back to, don't worry, we will get back to Talk Radio Roulette. We are going to get to just random callers who are, I don't even know. I am not even looking to see what it is you are going to say. I am just seeing your name, and I respond to whatever it is that you say. I do need to get to this, though. Judge in Madison, Dane County Circuit Court Judge John Hyland ruled that there is enough evidence to proceed to trial in a felony forgery case against an attorney and aide to President Trump for their role in the 2020 fake elector scheme. This from the Associated Press. The charges relate to attempts by the former aides to present a slate of Republican electors to Congress, falsely claiming that Trump had won Wisconsin that year, even though he lost to Democrat Joe Biden. How do you know this is from the Associated Press? Because it could not be more slanted than that. The Wisconsin case is moving forward, even as others in the battleground states of Michigan and Georgia have faltered. A special prosecutor last year dropped a federal case alleging Trump conspired to overturn the 2020 election. Another case in Nevada is still alive. Hyland ruled there was probable cause to proceed with the 11 felony charges against Jim Troupis, who was Trump's campaign attorney in Wisconsin, and Mike Roman, Trump's director of Election Day operations in 2020. Those charged claimed they committed no crime and were just trying to keep their options alive in case a court ruled that Trump had actually won the state. But the judge said communication from the defendants showed their intent to present as legitimate a certificate awarding Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes to Trump, not a document to be accepted only if a court ruled that Trump won the state. This is completely and totally bogus. There was no attempt to defraud anybody. This was an alternate slate of electors. The fact that this judge, and what I can tell you about Judge John Hyland is he is about as radically left-wing as it gets. I have told the story that this guy actually demanded to write a response piece to an article I wrote about Ellen Mers, another judge who had let off with a slap on the wrist, a guy who actually went down and shot a Chicago police officer to death some years back. And Hyland wrote this just arrogant, pretentious response to my writing, but he inadvertently proved that there was, in fact, a culture of leniency in the Dane County Circuit Court. So I actually spent the next week or so blasting Judge John Hyland for his inadvertent admission that the Dane County Circuit Court really is a bunch of soft-on-crime leftists. So it's no surprise that Judge Hyland cannot see the law smacking him in the face. I would actually beware if I were Judge Hyland, because just like the Wisconsin Supreme Court, who got embarrassingly overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court in a Catholic Charities religious liberty case a few months back, he is going to be overturned on appeal. He is going to be, if this case gets into the federal courts, if it stays in the state courts and there is a conviction, it is going to hold, because the Wisconsin Supreme Court also has a similarly insane view of what it was that Troupis and Roman and Kenneth Chesborough, who had his hearing delayed. He is also going to be bound over for trial. I'll save you the suspense on that one. Chesborough also is charged in this fake electors scheme. I don't know how many different ways I can explain it to liberals. I don't know how many different times I can say that alternate electors are the prescribed way that you are to deal with a contested election. Do you know it wasn't until February of 2021 that the United States Supreme Court officially declined to take up the Wisconsin case? The state Supreme Court actually ruled in the afternoon of December 14th, the same day, in fact, just hours after those alternate electors met and cast their ballots. The state Supreme Court, with alleged conservative Brian Hagedorn casting the deciding vote with the liberal majority, that Trump was not going to be able to challenge the results of the 2020 election. They used what's known as the doctrine of latches. And what the doctrine of latches essentially says is that you did not bring the action in a timely enough manner. So you can't unreasonably delay bringing your action because it would cause material harm, I believe is the standard, or material prejudice to the defendant or something like that. Doctrine of latches says you didn't bring the case quickly enough. How were they supposed to bring a case in which there was all manner of, basically what the majority said is, you should have raised these issues before the votes were cast, before voters went to the polls. Well, how could you possibly know that there were going to be issues with the votes that were cast if you brought your lawsuit before the votes were actually cast? Incidentally, none of the 2020 cases were ever, not in Wisconsin or any other state, none of them were ever decided on the merits. And I believe that was intentional, because if any of those cases were decided on the merits, you would have had very serious questions about not necessarily did Trump actually win, but were these elections held in accordance with those respective state laws? I don't know about other states. What I can tell you with absolute certainty is that Wisconsin's 2020 presidential election was not held in accordance with Wisconsin state law, and as a result, very likely should have been rerun. Yes, I am dead serious about that. I've been saying this for 5 straight years. But what Troupis and Chesborough and Roman did was say, all right, we are going to challenge the results of the election in Wisconsin. What you need to do as part of that challenge, because remember, in a presidential election, you do not actually vote for the candidate directly. You vote for a slate of electors that is chosen by the candidate and the candidate's party, who then meet at the Electoral College about a month or so after the general November election, and they cast their ballots. Once the Electoral College meets and the Electoral College votes, then the election is considered final. If there is still a question about whether or not a certain candidate actually won a given state, if there isn't an alternate slate of electors who also meets and casts ballots for that losing candidate has no remedy in the event that the election is overturned or there's a recount that shows, hey, the losing candidate was actually the winning candidate. Would you believe John F. Kennedy, the ultimate Democrat, Camelot, and so forth, actually won his state because he convened an alternate slate of electors in the 1960 presidential election? We just talked about this, I believe, late last week on the Dan O'Donnell Show, also in connection with this case. In 1960, Richard Nixon lost. He lost by a healthy margin to John F. Kennedy, but he did win the then new state of Hawaii. This was the very first state that Hawaii took, the very first election that Hawaii took part in as a new state, the final state admitted to the Union. Nixon won by a narrow margin, but Kennedy's people in Hawaii were convinced that Kennedy had actually won the state. Now, it didn't actually matter for the outcome of the presidential election because Hawaii only had 3 electoral votes, as I believe it still does, the bare minimum that a state can have, 1 congressman, 2 senators. It did, however, matter for Kennedy's electoral total. So they demanded a recount, and when the Electoral College met, the recount was not complete. Electoral College met December 19th. There were 2 sets of electors that cast their ballots from Hawaii. One for Richard Nixon. What? Oh, we're ready to try commercials when I'm done with this thought. You want to hear more about Richard Nixon? Dave Michaels is telling me, finish my story about Richard Nixon. All right, so when the 1960 Electoral College was convened, there were 2 slates of electors, one for John F. Kennedy, one for Richard Nixon. It wasn't until about December 29th of that year when a recount determined that Kennedy had actually won Hawaii by a very narrow margin. Because Kennedy had convened an alternate slate of electors, those electoral votes were counted and added to Kennedy's total. 40 years later, in Bush v. Gore, the dissent authored by Ruth Bader Ginsburg said that because Al Gore did not have an alternate slate of electors, that his recounts were essentially for naught, and that when the Electoral College met, that was it. That there just was no recourse for Al Gore. He couldn't continue recounts into infinity because he didn't have any proper recourse. The proper recourse would have been to convene an alternate slate of electors in the contested state of Florida that would have been able to cast ballots for Gore, and then the Electoral College, when it was certified by Congress, would have recognized the Gore votes instead of the Bush votes. All right. You guys want to go home? I'll tell you what. We've got Chuck. Can I at least take Chuck? Chuck has been waiting on hold for how long have you been on hold? You know what?
Not too long, Dan.
Oh, you have. Tom has been on for an hour or 2. I'm going to get to him as well, and then these guys want to go home, and frankly, so do I. Oh, you want to test it? You want to test a commercial? All right. Well, Chuck, if you could be brief, because we all want to test the commercials.
Sure. First, I want to thank you for your family, the early voting campaigns.
Oh, yeah.
Texting campaigns. And thank you for getting me involved in social media. Back in the day, I said I'd never do it. you said you had a 50,000 watt radio station, but you have to get on social media to get out to the people.
Yep.
Here in Wisconsin. And I did that. Now I'm up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. We have thousands of followers.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Thanks to you, Dan.
Oh.
And to my wonderful wife that lets me do all this. And it's awesome. We got to encourage more people to do the same, to help stop these taxing Tonys from getting into office here in Taxconston. We're all Taxconsonites now.
Yes, we do. Well, Chuck, hey, the pleasure is all mine. God bless you, sir, and your wife. Keep doing what you're doing on social media, my friend. You have yourself a very Merry Christmas, okay?
You too, Dan.
All right, God bless you. All right, take care. All right, I've got a whole room full of people all watching me. Should we try it? Let's go to commercial break. You are listening to The Dan O'Donnell Show. Please? Yes!
All programs on News Talk 1130 WISN are broadcast through the Annex Wealth Management Studios. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference. Stay informed all day, every day on News Talk 1130 WISN. Milwaukee, an iHeartRadio station. Guaranteed human.
Wisconsin Badger basketball on Wisconsin's most listened to radio station, News Talk 1130 WISN, Milwaukee.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
If you're in the market for new shades or blinds, don't leave it to guesswork online at Bayview Shade and Blind. You can see, touch, and compare products at any of their 3 local galleries in Waukesha, Oconomowoc, or Menominee Falls. Stop in today at Bayview Shade and Blind or visit BayviewShade.com.
Diamond stud earrings are the Christmas gift that shines brighter than the tree.
If she already has a pair of natural diamond studs from Kessler's, bring them in and we'll give you 100% of the price you pay.
When you trade them in on a larger pair of diamond stud earrings.
That's been our policy for more than 30 years.
We have diamond studs from $198 up to $40,000.
And we have 0% financing for 18 months with approved credit.
And 0% is a really low interest rate.
Some people say that 0% is the very best interest rate.
Diamond studs always fit perfectly.
They never go out of style.
And you can wear them with anything.
If you want to trade in our old natural diamond studs from Kessler's on some bigger diamond studs from Kessler's,
go ahead and pick up her new ones today.
And you can bring in the old ones after the holidays.
Come to Kessler's.
Bigger is better. And blue diamonds are you diamonds.
For the location of the Kessler's nearest you and our holiday hours, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Greetings. I'm Fred Schwitfiger, CEO of Horicon Bank, pausing to wish you good health this Christmas and blessings of peace and prosperity for the new year. During this season of reflection, we are grateful for the growing number of customers who have placed their trust in Horicon Bank. Since opening our new offices in Wauwatosa, New Berlin, Menominee Falls, and Grafton, we have met many wonderful, devoted community citizens. Please visit Horicon Bank. We'll welcome you with good care and cheer.
Member FDIC. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus tells John the Baptist's followers that the blind see, the lame walk, lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, and the poor have the good news proclaimed to them. This is Archbishop Jeffrey Grob. With his miracles, Jesus shows us that everyone, especially those pushed to the margins, are worthy of dignity and love. This Advent, experience love made real. Join us at Mass.
America stands at the ready to build faster, achieve more. The future won't wait. And TC Energy is moving forward confidently. The Wisconsin Reliability Project is unlocking billions in economic growth by connecting Wisconsin with reliable North American natural gas, helping the entire state go further. TC Energy. Energy connected. Learn how we're strengthening America from the inside out at tcenergy.com.
Do you own a small business? A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Presented by Our American Stories.
The Packers will be playing for a postseason berth in Chicago Saturday. A Green Bay win and a Detroit loss is needed to clinch at least a wild card. While 12 Wisconsin football players are planning to transfer, 3 others are asking a federal judge for an injunction for an additional year. The 3rd annual NBA Cup tournament wraps up tonight with the Spurs taking on the Knicks for the championship in Las Vegas. I'm Frank Garrity.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. Be sure to tune into our podcast. This week, we'll share the story of an unlikely friendship, a black Olympian and a Nazi. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Well, I'm back. We are not sure right now if we're able to get into the satellite feed of the Sean Hannity show, so I guess you're stuck with me. We are able to play commercials, which is good. We just had an informal, impromptu radiothon, call it the Danathon. We couldn't take a commercial or leave live programming for 2 straight hours, so I just kind of had to talk. I know Belling would go for his opening monologue would be like 45 straight minutes. I defy him to do what I just did on his podcast. I'm kidding. I love you, Mark. I was always impressed with his ability to just rant for 45 straight minutes. I'm more, Mark was always more jazz in his style of doing a talk radio show, in that he would kind of, it's sort of like Trump. What did Trump call it? The weave. He would sort of have asides and go, I'm more straight ahead, punk rock, 3 chords, just charging ahead. So we do have, oh my goodness, Tom waiting for an, I can't see. So what we've been playing is a game I call Talk Radio Roulette, which I think is going to be a semi-regular segment here on the Dan O'Donnell Show, like maybe, Thursday or Tuesday or something like that, where we just take random calls and it's just sort of like rapid fire. You raise a topic, I have to respond to it. Tom, you have been very patient, sir. You are on the Dan O'Donnell Show, extended edition. Merry Christmas.
I was waiting so long. I've got a question for you, but I've also got a question about your son, Chris. But
okay.
First, a question for you. Clay and Buck, have you thrown your hat in the ring, or have you asked about it, or have they asked you? Would you do a national show to fill in for them?
Yeah, in a heartbeat. The problem with that is when one of them's off, the other just hosts solo. So I have not been asked. Our president of Talk, News and Talk, guy by the name of, actually Chris, weirdly enough, you're going to ask about my son. This guy is also named Chris. He and I had talked about filling in for another 1 or 2 of their shows, and nothing ever came of it. I think this was in like April or May.
Well,
I should probably follow up with that.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because all the times that both of them aren't there, it's all the crap times where you're off of work.
It is. I know it is.
Okay,
it's the week between Christmas and New Year's. And I mean, if they said, hey, Dan, we'd love for you to fill in, usually they'll have one of their closer friends, like it was Jesse Kelly, who's very, very good. He does early evenings or later evenings on Premiere. Michael Berry, I believe, does a late night show. He's out of Houston. And a lot of times, I'll be honest with you, Tom, I take that week because we have a bunch of Christmas celebrations, parties. I kind of relax and just take a week and a half to recharge and get ready for the new year. And you had a question about my son.
No, but I just wanted to make sure that wasn't below your pay scale. And
I would jump at the opportunity. I mean, I started my career in conservative talk as a fill-in. I consider it a great honor. I know both Clay and Buck. They're both incredibly nice guys, good guys. I've actually got both of their cell phone numbers, weirdly enough. They're great guys. I would consider it to be an incredible honor to fill in for them.
Well, I know that Belling used to fill in for Rush, but that's a totally different thing.
Yeah, because he had Rush. One of Rush's producers was from originally. I think he was from Whitefish Bay. He's since passed on. He had cancer and passed on years ago. And he actually told the people at the Premier Radio Network about how great this guy in Milwaukee, Mark Belling, was, and that's kind of how he got in that rotation.
No, I get it.
But anyway, you had a now I'm interested. You have a question about my son Chris.
Your son Chris, how is his guitar playing going?
Oh, well, he doesn't really. My older one, Nick, is the one that he kind of dabbles on the guitar, and he doesn't usually let
Nick. It wasn't Chris?
Yeah, it was my older one. He doesn't let anyone hear him play. But then he'll randomly play Blackbird by the Beatles perfectly. So I have no idea. But with years of violin, I think if any of the three kids, or my wife for that matter, picked up a guitar, and actually my brother and my wife's brother are both very, 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 very good guitar players. I'm like the only one in my family or extended family without any musical talent. I assume the only one who cannot carry it. Well, actually, I'm a decent singer, if you don't mind being off key half the time. But I assume if any of them would be extremely serious at a string instrument, they'd be able to pick it up just because of how much the skill translates from violin. I suppose now would be a good time to mention, I'm just now opening up our text app and can see a whole bunch of people who are texting in. We just have a listener. OMG, you're still on. This is the best talk radio show ever. Not for me, it's not. I'm missing my daughter's grade school Christmas concert. Yeah, someone was asking, is she going to be part of the Christmas special? We actually had her on live along with my wife, where I had to tell them. So I'm not going to be able to make the concert tonight because we had a catastrophic systems failure and we can't go to commercial. And now apparently we can't go to Sean Hannity. Oh boy. We couldn't have figured both of those problems out in the 2.5 hours we've been working on this. Hey, I don't do any of the technical stuff. I just sit here and talk. And sometimes I have to talk for way longer than I think I do. Yes, she is going to be a part of the Christmas special. I believe she's going to be accompanied by her brothers. Her older brothers are just going to be part of their String Academy performances. They're older. My oldest is actually 18 years old now, if you can believe that. He's a senior in high school, so this is probably his last year doing the special. He's like, wait, we've been doing this for 6 years. And I said, yeah, buddy, that's a third of your life. He has been playing the violin on the radio. Did I just go off? What just happened here? I heard a click, and all of a sudden I wasn't on the air for a second. We're not going to lose the ability to broadcast from the studio, too, are we? Okay, good. I have confirmation I am on the air. Oh, wait. So the boys are just going to be part with their String Academy performances. My wife just sent me, my daughter playing her violin with a beautiful Christmas sweater on. That's the sort of thing. That's the sort of thing that you kind of get bummed out about. Oh, well, I'm sure I'll get the video of it. I have been to, and you know what? She missed her String Academy Christmas performance. Now I'm bummed. I'm not going to see her play live. All right. Speaking of my son, Chris, I'm going back through my wife's texts. So I put her on the air to tell her what was going on and why I couldn't come home. She said, "Dear Lord, I almost disclosed that Chris and I were listening to a Bigfoot podcast on the ride home from violin. It was either you or Bigfoot, and Chris chose Bigfoot." The mind of a 15-year-old. Clearly, he doesn't want to hear his dad talking about boring politics. He wants to hear about Bigfoots. All right. Can we at least go to another commercial break? We don't know? That's fine. All right, I'll tell you what. Why don't I respond to this is a radio filibuster. I am going to just go through some of the texts. You can go to commercial. We just can't go to the next show. Could I, at 8 o'clock, could I just do an impression of Mark Levin? What I'm talking about is the Constitution. These people in Washington are a bunch of big dopes. See, I can do a pretty decent Levin. All right, we're going to step aside for a commercial break because, quite frankly, now that I've actually had some water and it's been about 3.5, 4 hours since I've gone to the bathroom, I've got to run. I'll be right back.
From the Lynch Truck Center in Waterford, Total Traffic Center.
Hazmat situation on 43. All lanes blocked northbound from Silver Spring to Brown Deer and southbound from Brown Deer to Good Hope. A semi caught on fire that was hauling batteries. I'm Kevin Henry, and that's your latest Total Traffic.
This report is sponsored by First Choice Heating and Cooling. First Choice Heating and Cooling's new Premier program covers everything. New system installation, all repairs, maintenance, even filters. One simple monthly payment. True worry-free comfort. Call First Choice Heating and Cooling today for details.
Dan O'Donnell here. The superheroes at Current Electric have been serving our community for over 40 years and would like to wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas and a safe and happy New Year. For any of your electrical needs, from a Current home standby generator to changing out a simple light switch, Current Electric would love a chance to earn your business. Go to callcurrent.com. That's callcurrent.com to learn more, and from their superheroes to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Christmas is a time of generosity.
Kessler's wants to be generous, and we suspect that you want to be generous too. Let's team up.
This year, we're going to make it possible for you to be more generous than ever.
Number 1, Kessler's has a big selection of delightful diamond jewelry priced at $150 on up.
Number 2, great gifts at affordable prices such as sterling silver earrings, pendants, and bracelets to fit every look and every personality.
Number 3, with your purchase of more than $299, you'll get a bonus gift worth at least $90.
You can choose from a lucky 4-leaf clover pendant
or a 22-inch stainless steel curb chain, ion plated in yellow gold.
And please, please don't get all cleaned up and dressed up. This is Kessler's, your home away from home.
If you're wearing muddy boots and your pajama bottoms, that's totally fine.
We've all done it.
Come to Kessler's.
For the location of the Kessler's nearest you and our holiday hours, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
home.
Be sure to listen to the NX Wealth Management Investment Show Saturday mornings at 11 and Sunday afternoons at 1 on News Talk 1130 WISN. NX provides its expertise to arm listeners with the knowledge and tools to invest wisely. NX Wealth Management. Know the difference.
We're the Libby family.
At Do-It-Yourself Bathroom Center near State Fair on 62nd and Greenfield.
We're not a home center.
Everyone here is an expert who really knows their stuff.
Plus, nobody beats our prices. Remember our slogan,
I did it myself at Do-It-Yourself.
With gold at an all-time high, now is a smart time to turn your unwanted gold, silver, or diamonds into cash. And no one makes it easier than Robert Hack Diamonds. Those old-class rings, broken chains, dental gold, even coins, silver flatware, and tea sets could be worth more than you think. Robert Hack Diamonds will sit down with you, walk through each item, and make you a fair, no-pressure cash offer. Whether you're cleaning out a jewelry box or settling an estate, if in doubt, bring it in. They need your gold to create custom pieces for their customers, so this is a win-win. Stop by Robert Hack Diamonds and see what your forgotten items are really worth. They have a 64-plus year tradition of treating every single client with dignity, fairness, and professionalism. Gold is at an all-time high. The process is simple. The time to cash in is now. Robert Hack Diamonds, 146th and Greenfield Avenue in Brookfield and 76th and Layton in Greenfield.
Make News Talk 1130 WISN your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app. Powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
Hey, you want to give the gift they'll actually use this holiday? Peace of mind? Give the people in your life something that will protect them. Go to BYRNA.com today. They are the world leader in less lethal personal defense. It's compact, it's concealable, it's powerful. The newest... Hey, you want to give the gift they'll actually use this holiday? Peace of mind? Give the people in your life something that will protect them. Go to BYRNA.com today. They are the world leader in less lethal personal defense. It's compact, it's concealable, it's powerful. The newest burner compact fits in a pocket, a purse, while delivering real stopping power for up to 60 feet away. I carry one every day. I recommend every family have a burner. Every person have one. Now, it fires potent, kinetic, and aerosol rounds that can stop any attacker in their tracks for up to 40 minutes. It's legal in all 50 states. You don't need a background check. It ships right to your door. Burner gives both the gift giver and the recipient peace of mind, not just for the holidays, but all year round and for many years to come. Protect your loved ones. Safety is priceless. Visit BYRNA.com today and find the right launcher for you and your family. That's BYRNA.com.
Now, here's traffic from Tri-City National Bank, your hometown bank. Call the Tri-City Total Traffic Tip Line at 414-944-5111.
Family or life's next adventure. When we focus on you and your goals, we can help open the door to both your future and to enjoying more of the things that matter to you today. Customer focus, community commitment, local partnership. That's Johnson Financial Group. Let's plan for more together.
Products and services offered by these Johnson Financial Group companies, Johnson Bank and Johnson Wealth Incorporated.
We report, you decide. Factual, fair, and balanced coverage. Your exclusive home of Fox News Radio. This is News Talk 1130 WISN.
Hazmat situation on 43. All lanes blocked northbound from Silver Spring to Brown Deer and southbound from Brown Deer to Good Hope. A semi caught on fire that was hauling batteries. I'm Kevin Henry, and that's your latest total traffic.
This report is sponsored by First Choice Heating and Cooling. First Choice Heating and Cooling's new Premier program covers everything. New system installation, all repairs, maintenance, even filters. One simple monthly payment. True worry-free comfort. Call First Choice Heating and Cooling today for details.
The holidays are always a wonderful time to get engaged.
And this is the perfect year to do it.
Really? Why is that?
We have a special collection of Double Dog dazzling engagement rings for just $3,998.
Tell her what makes them Double Dog dazzling, Monica.
These bridal sets are covered in diamonds and have a 3-carat created diamond center stone.
Wow.
Or you can choose a 3/4 carat natural diamond for just $1,798. And Kessler's will contribute a free 14-carat gold mounting and mount your diamond in it for you.
Wow.
Or you can get 5 matching diamonds side by side that spread all across the top of your finger.
2 carats total weight.
5 big created diamonds in a ring that will rock the house. Tell her how much, Rick?
$1,998.
Wow.
You guessed it, Sarah. We call it the Wow Collection.
18 months financing at 0% is available.
For the location of the Kessler's nearest you and our holiday hours, visit Kesslers.com.
I'm John Schatzman. When everything you've accomplished and are hangs by a thread due to recklessness or negligence, Werner Rice, Warshawski's law attorney, medical doctor, examines medical records, billing, and evidence. And I, a nationally certified legal investigator, will be on site, usually within minutes, discovering, recording, and preserving evidence that may strongly contribute to compensation. Insurance companies are risk adverse. Warshawski's unique skills make record cash settlements possible. Injured, it is about the money. Warshawski.com.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex.com.
With gold at an all-time high, now is a smart time to turn your unwanted gold, silver, or diamonds into cash. And no one makes it easier than Robert Hack Diamonds. Those old-class rings, broken chains, dental gold, even coins, silver flatware, and tea sets could be worth more than you think. Robert Hack Diamonds will sit down with you, walk through each item, and make you a fair, no-pressure cash offer. Whether you're cleaning out a jewelry box or settling an estate, if in doubt, bring it in. They need your gold to create custom pieces for their customers, so this is a win-win. Stop by Robert Hack Diamonds and see what your forgotten items are really worth. They have a 64-plus year tradition of treating every single client with dignity, fairness, and professionalism. Gold is at an all-time high. The process is simple. The time to cash in is now. Robert Hack Diamonds, 146th and Greenfield Avenue in Brookfield and 76th and Layton in Greenfield.
iHeartRadio is the #1 Christmas music app.
Rocking around the Christmas tree.
Open the app and take B97.3 anywhere this holiday season.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell.
And search Holiday in the app to get all the Christmas stations like North Pole Radio, iHeart Christmas Classics, and playlists for every holiday occasion. We know you're busy. Let us handle the music. Open the free iHeartRadio app and start listening now.
iHeartRadio.
Injured? Call Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Oh, yes, I am still here. We have to reboot some server or something. We have now got people. We've got the engineer team from Chicago that is now involved. In case you're wondering why I am still on at 6:45, it is because we had a server meltdown and we were not able to play first any commercials. Now we're able to play commercials, but we are not able to fire off the macros or computer commands that tell our main system to go to the recorded Sean Hannity and then Mark Levin and then Coast to Coast AM shows. So we really don't have any other options. Well, we do. I mean, we could just play music. We could just play Christmas carols if we really wanted to. But quite frankly, folks, you know, I always talk about how much I love doing this job. I guess this is my opportunity to prove it. I really genuinely do enjoy this, and we've had a lot of fun taking calls. I guess this is sort of an impromptu version of what we do in our annual Ask Dan Anything show, where we just have calls, texts, emails, whatever. No reasonable question will be refused. This I'm calling Talk Radio Roulette, where I fixed the call screen so that I can't see it behind my camera. All I could see were callers' names, so I have no idea what the callers are going to say. Rush always said Open Line Friday was the greatest professional risk a broadcaster could ever take. Well, his calls were all screened. He knew what they were going to say. This is true risk. I have no idea. Now, the calls were screened, so I know it's just not some crazy person ranting like a lunatic. But I have no idea what it is I was going to be talking about. I will admit, folks, I am absolutely fascinated by this Rob Reiner story. How the son, Nick Reiner, who is charged with the murder and, I mean, yes, guilty until proven innocent in a court of law and so forth, but that standard doesn't apply in Brock. He clearly murdered his parents. I'm not going to prejudice any jurors out here in Wisconsin. It is rather obvious that he did so, and he did so because he has deep-seated psychological issues. And I guess there is a clip floating around from 2015, 2016, in which father and son, Rob and Nick, were promoting a movie that was sort of loosely biographical about Nick's struggles with drug addiction. And there's one scene in the movie where the actors playing the fictitious versions of Rob and Nick just go at it. They're screaming at each other. And the interviewer asks, do you guys ever go at it like that? And Rob said, oh, you know, it's never that intense. And in a truly disturbing bit of foreshadowing, Nick says, well, I have a dark side, and when I get set off, you wouldn't want to be around me. And Rob sort of pauses, and he said, yeah, I guess I have a bit of a temper too. It gets a little heated. Whew. Apparently, the two of them went to a big party at Conan O'Brien's house, and it was a Christmas party. It was a sort of formal event, and everybody was expected to wear suits and ties and semi-formal wear. And Nick showed up in a hooded sweatshirt because he didn't want to wear what everybody else was wearing, but he went there because he was acting out. So as a 32-year-old, it's not like he's a 16-year-old or something like that, but had very severe emotional, behavioral, psychological issues. And the parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, took him to this party because they needed to keep an eye on him. They were clearly worried that he was going to hurt himself or maybe start using drugs or something. Nick Reiner gets in some heated confrontation with Bill Hader of SNL. He was also in the second It movie. What was Barry? I believe he was on HBO Max. That was his big show. Very, very talented impressionist. He was in the middle of a conversation, and Nick Reiner just interrupts him and starts bugging him or something. And Hader kind of goes, hey, man, what's going on? And Nick Reiner had this 1,000-yard stare and creeped everybody out. Well, that led Rob Reiner to confront his son and yell at him for embarrassing him. The three of them shortly afterwards left Conan O'Brien's party and went back to their house, where I'm guessing, obviously nobody knows unless Nick Reiner says what happened. The only two other witnesses are deceased. I'm guessing the fight just got out of control and Nick Reiner stabbed his father to death. And the mother, I don't know if he was thinking he needed to kill her because she was a witness, if she was trying to stop him from killing the father. But it is just a horrific, truly horrific story. And of course, all leftists are concerned about is Donald Trump saying something untoward about it. Like, for example, here we've got a Facebook comment from Brian. I know this is off topic, but it appears that Dan didn't make a post to cover the president's post about Rob Reiner. So I know you folks are waiting for folks like Dan to tell you what to think about, but what we know for sure is that you'll twist yourself into knots to make it somehow okay. So what I'm wondering is, what are the talking points that you all are going to use to get there? We know you're going to make excuses until the cows come home because you're nothing, little demagogue. And then it sort of trails off. Brian, should I be worried about you Nick Reinering me? I guess that would be my response to that. I have talked about, Eric, how many segments did I do about Trump's post? This is what I'm talking about. People like Brian have this single-minded focus about one specific thing. And the rather ironic thing as well, all of you Dan O'Donnell fans, you're simple-mindedly waiting for what he tells you to say. I don't tell people to think anything. But isn't it funny how I can always sort of nail exactly what it is that liberals are going to be obsessed about? Has nothing to do with the true story here, which is the horrific, awful murder that a 32-year-old deeply, deeply disturbed young man who was very, very obviously whacked out on drugs committed against his parents. No. The issue is that Donald Trump said something mean, and we're just going to forget about the 3 months that every liberal on planet Earth wasn't just saying mean things, but taking perverse joy in mocking the assassination of another 31, almost 32-year-old man who was executed in front of the entire world. Guys, we didn't forget how you all behaved when Charlie Kirk was killed. We are actually mocking you now for you suddenly clutching your pearls that Donald Trump, of all people, said something kind of mean and boorish about Rob Reiner. Did he post graphic cartoon images of blood coming out of Rob Reiner's neck? Did he say, I'm glad Rob Reiner is dead, we should kill every Rob Reiner? Because it's kind of what you folks were saying. So no, I don't take any liberal. Oh, how dare Trump? Seriously, I truly do not. Truly do not. Not after the utter ghoulishness in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Let's go to Robin up next as we are playing a marathon game of Talk Radio Roulette. Robin, you're on the extended edition of the Dan O'Donnell Show. Merry Christmas to you.
Hey, thanks, Dan. Merry Christmas to you, too. My topic goes back to the government shutdown. The only demand they had was about continued subsidies for Obamacare. And my question during that whole fiasco, and it continues now, is I feel like the Republicans did not make enough hay out of that message. That what an irony that the only way to afford the Affordable Care Act is with more government to subsidize the premiums.
Well, I disagree. I actually disagree with you there, Robin. They did make that message. In fact, Mike Johnson was saying that every single day. I know that because he was doing daily press conferences, and they happen to be when I would be doing show prep, so I kind of watch him live every single day. He was making that exact point. Yep. The issue is that you would never hear about it because it would never make the evening news. You see, it would never.
That's more what I mean.
Yeah, because they refuse to cover anything that does not fit the Democrat narrative. And I mean, we are long past, the bias in the news. I can remember reading Bernie Goldberg's book back in like 01 or 02. It was called Bias. And it was all about how Dan Rather and CBS News, Bernie was a correspondent for CBS News, and he had a big issue with all of the ways that they would insert bias into the news. Well, long gone are those days. Now it's just outright propaganda, where if it does not fit the Democrat narrative, it does not make the news. It does not get covered.
Yeah, and the bias is as much about what they do not cover as what they do cover.
Well, and that's it.
I guess I agree. I saw plenty of the Mike Johnson press conferences too, but you only saw them on Fox News.
Correct.
Right,
Correct.
And that's, I guess, my frustration is even with as simple and straightforward of a message as that is, they could not crack through into the mainstream media to get that message out.
Well, that's it. And that's sort of the biggest issue. This is why I believe and have believed for decades now that Democrat control, left-wing control over news media, both traditional broadcast media, print media, online news media, and now social media, is the reason that they win, that they're able to win at all. I mean, if we had a fair press in this country, there's just no chance Democrats would ever win. If people were honestly told, okay, so Obamacare increased premiums for average people on the exchanges by so much that we needed to have a subsidy program in one of the COVID relief bills. This was the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Not a single Republican voted for that. Democrats put in these subsidies because they knew that Obamacare premiums were going to just absolutely skyrocket 5 years ago. Then, even though they were supposed to be temporary, when they were set to expire in 2022, Democrats passed the ironically named Inflation Reduction Act, included subsidies that were then set to sunset at the end of 2025. Again, not a single Republican voted for the Inflation Reduction Act. Also, in case you forgot, all the way back in 2009, there wasn't a single Democrat that or a Republican that voted for Obamacare. So Obamacare, the thing that created the exchanges and the premium payments that people are making now and have dramatically increased every single year since the law was first implemented in 2014, I believe was the first year of Obamacare, they have gone up exponentially. Not a single Republican voted for the Affordable Care Act, not one. Not a single Republican voted for the temporary subsidies, which was supposed to be just a COVID relief program that would sunset the following year. Not a single Republican voted in the Inflation Reduction Act for those subsidies to actually end at the end of 2025. Now those subsidies are ending, and it's Republicans' fault. Aha. Only Democrats can understand that logic. Primarily because it's not logical at all. Do you realize that premiums on the Obamacare exchanges have gone up twice as fast and twice as high as your average private premiums? I don't think my health care coverage is unaffordable at all, quite frankly. I actually think at our company we have fantastic coverage for what I would consider to be, for a family of 5, a reasonable price. I'm perfectly happy with my health care. I'm not affected by Obamacare. I mean, I am, in that I'm probably required to have maternity or what was it? Pregnancy coverage. I need to be covered for, birth control pills or whatever nonsense that they required young single men to have covered. But, obviously I'm married to a woman, so I guess that's fine. But my point is that Democrats are responsible for the healthcare disaster And they're just trying to pawn off the blame, just like they're responsible for the inflation unaffordability disaster that they're trying to now blame on Trump because he happens to be, and Republicans happen to be in charge. It's nauseating, but people fall for it because the media no longer exists to inform you. It exists to feed you Democrat talking points. You might say, well, Dan, don't you exist to just give Republican talking points? Can I tell you how many times I have gotten angry emails or phone calls from various Republicans ticked off at stuff that I am saying, sometimes about them personally? All right, time to pause for a station ID for the fourth straight hour. You are listening to News Talk 1130 WISN Milwaukee. If you're still with us in Madison, you are listening to 1310 WIBA in Madison. Let's go to Alan up next on the Dan O'Donnell Show.
Hey, Dan, I'm loving this show. I moved here in 2008, and I am very impressed with WISN as a business. And I want to know, would you say Jerry Bott is the Ron Wolf or the Mike Holmgren of WISN?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm going to say definitely Ron Wolf because he doesn't coach per se. And that's a testament to what a good manager he is because he allows us. I have never been, not once have I ever been told what to say, what not to say, what topics to talk about, anything like that. We have complete and total creative freedom. In fact, I would not at this point in my career accept anything other than that. And Jerry said, what did he say? He said it great one time. He said 99% of the time, you guys are going to know what to say, do the right thing. The only reason I exist is for that other 1% of the time where I clean up the mess. But Jerry was the one who got everyone together. I think actually Belling was here before he was, and Belling, did Belling get Jay to WISN? No, I don't believe so. Belling hired Jay in Madison. I think they were both at WTDY in Madison. And Belling was actually the news director and hired Jay Weber and then left for Milwaukee very shortly afterwards. But Jerry was there right around the same time that Mark was.
Weather Center.
Hey, yes.
Odoo.com, the only business software you need.
Odoo.com.
Cloudy tonight and mild.
See, this is the random stuff that we're dealing with, Alan. We're just going to continue
with a high of
to have a conversation as the computer is just randomly firing the weather report. Do you know why? Because it's 7:02 and that's the time the weather report normally plays. So some of the stuff is firing properly, but some is not. No, Jerry is definitely the Ron Wolf, putting all the pieces in place and letting them do what they do to create, hopefully, radio magic. Thank you very much for the call. Alan, you are very, very, very kind. Do we have an update? The Sean Hannity show is going to be over before we're able to go to the Sean Hannity show. You know what? Let's go to a commercial. We're going to step aside for a very quick break because, quite frankly, I have been talking for pretty much 4 straight hours now, and I need to rest my voice and grab some water. You're listening to the Dan O'Donnell Show, Extended Radiothon Edition. We'll be right back.
Partly cloudy tonight and mild, temperatures in the 30s. Partly sunny on Wednesday with a high of 39, and a chance for rain and snow on Thursday with a high of 42. I'm Fox 6 Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks.
This report is sponsored by SuperSure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
Tune in every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. as Ellen Becker Investment Group highlights local people and organizations who are using their time and their talents to give back to make a difference in our community. Milwaukee's philanthropic community. Visit ellenbecker.com to learn more.
There are 12 months in the year.
12 hours on the clock.
12 signs of the zodiac.
12 days of Christmas.
12 apostles.
And 12 wow items at Kessler's.
And 12 wow items at Kessler's.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
One of the coolest wow items is only $48.
It's a paperclip chain made out of gold-plated sterling silver.
Very cool. And just $48.
We have wow tennis bracelets for just $1,998.
Wow 10-carat tennis necklaces.
Wow engagement rings.
A wow toggle heart bracelet.
And it's just $168.
Wow diamond pendants.
And a fantastic wow snowflake pendant in sterling silver.
With blue color-enhanced diamonds. Blue!
And it's just $163. Kessler's is the place to be for you and me.
And blue diamonds are you diamonds.
The thing is wow. The time is now.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
For the location of the Kesslers nearest you and our holiday hours, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
The Mark Belling Late Afternoon Show is now the Mark Belling Podcast, and it's always on 24/7. I'm on the iHeart app and all the other big podcast platforms. Standing up for Milwaukee and the world, the Mark Belling Podcast.
The Mark Belling Podcast is presented by Uline. For quality shipping and industrial supplies, Uline has everything in stock. Visit uline.com. Also supported by Cunis Auto and RV. The Mark Belling Podcast, now available at iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your next event starts at the River Club of Mequon. A contemporary 400-person grand ballroom with outdoor space overlooks the golf course. This unforgettable venue is perfect for your wedding day or company event. For a tour, visit riverclubofmequon.com.
I'm attorney Tom Grieve with Grieve Law. If you're charged with drunk driving, you're not just looking at a ticket. You're looking at a permanent mark on your record that can affect your career and your ability to rent a car or travel internationally. Not to mention the classes you'll need to take or the ignition interlock device that you'll have to install. Your license will be revoked, and even with a work permit, you're one long meeting or traffic jam away from driving revoked and facing up to 1 year in jail. That's a lot more than just a ticket. And if you pay the ticket without a fight, you are agreeing to be on the hook for all of it. At Grieve Law, we believe one mistake shouldn't define your life. Our seasoned criminal defense attorneys focus on OWI cases with a track record of getting results. We examine your case, challenge field sobriety tests, scrutinize breathalyzer accuracy, and expose the weaknesses in the prosecution's case. If you have been arrested for an OWI, you're facing serious consequences. But with Grieve Law in your corner, you are far from facing them alone. Contact Grieve Law for your OWI defense. You are only guilty if you are convicted. GrieveLaw.com.
No plumbing problem is too large or too small for S&K Pump and Plumbing Service Department. Their professional technicians can handle everything from faucet repair and drain cleaning to water heaters and garbage disposals, and then some. Whether it's repair or installation, they thrive on getting the job done neatly and efficiently. Call 262-784-HELP or visit SNKPump.com.
When it comes to water, one call does it all. SNK Pump and Plumbing.
Hey, you want to give the gift they'll actually use this holiday? Peace of mind? Give the people in your life something that will protect them. Go to BYRNA.com today. They are the world leader in less lethal personal defense. It's compact, it's concealable, it's powerful. The newest burner, compact, fits in a pocket, a purse, while delivering real stopping power for up to 60 feet away. I carry one every day. I recommend every family have a burner, every person have one. Now, it fires potent kinetic and aerosol rounds that can stop any attacker in their tracks for up to 40 minutes. It's legal in all 50 states. You don't need a background check. It ships right to your door. Burner gives both the gift giver and the recipient peace of mind, not just for the holidays, but all year round and for many years to come. Protect your loved ones. Safety is priceless. Visit BYRNA.com today and find the right launcher for you and your family. That's BYRNA.com.
Here's why. I'm attorney Werner Adam Rice of Warshevsky Law and licensed medical doctor Werner Adam Rice of Warshevsky Law. Being an MD and an attorney has allowed me to contribute powerful preparation for trial from day one in countless cases. I review medical evidence as it is discovered in the cases Warshevsky represents. Knowing the law and medicine allows me to see things an attorney might miss or that a doctor doesn't realize matter. For Warshevsky and our clients, my expertise has allowed us to see and prosecute forged and altered documents by doctors. I prepare medical expert witnesses in a way few attorneys can, and I'm a scientist. In one case, I proved negligence working with a medical examiner, creating an anatomic clay model of a deceased client. I've contributed to the Warshevsky firm winning many multi-million-dollar lawsuits, including the largest settlement ever awarded in Milwaukee County. Injured? It is about the money. Warshevsky.com, 414-276-4970.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at ACCUNET.com.
This is where sycophants and chills are shunned, and commitment to the unvarnished truth is sustained. Just one reason that this is Wisconsin's most listened to radio station. News Talk 1130, WISN.
Welcome back to the Dan O'Donnell Show. Yes, it is actually 7:10 and not 4:10. If you are just tuning in to us, we had a catastrophic computer failure that first took away our ability to play any commercials. So I had to do an impromptu 2-hour radiothon where we were not able to take a break at all. Now we can go to commercial, but unfortunately we are not able to switch over to satellite programming, which would mean the Sean Hannity show, the Mark Levin show, Coast to Coast AM. Those are piped in via satellite, and then we record them and play them back later. We don't have the ability to go to that recording right now, so you're stuck with me. I have been taking phone calls pretty much all evening, and we've had a whole lot of fun. A reminder, if you like a show like this, usually we only do this once a year. It's Ask Dan Anything, and that is still scheduled for Monday, but has AI taken over? I'm going to the texts right now that people want to know, is this real? Or are you actually just stuck on the air forever? Yes. I mean, I can. I was on the phone with my wife and daughter. Not only did I miss her part of the school, they do an orchestra, band, and choir concert, a Christmas concert. I missed the entire concert. I've just been on the air for the entire concert. Apparently, the big hit was the 6th grade choir doing a song from K-pop Demon Hunters, which I will admit, if it's the one I'm thinking of, I think it's called Gold or Golden or something like that. It is a jam. I have never seen K-pop Demon Hunters, but because I have an 11-year-old daughter, of course, I have listened to every song on the K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack. Let's go to some texts, shall we? Hi, Dan. Question on the upcoming governor race. Can the Republicans get through the primary without bloody fighting against each other? That actually is a great question. Yes, I do believe they will. I think Republicans have learned their lessons from past bruising primaries, primarily the 2022 one between Rebecca Clayfish and Tim Michels, that Michels survived, but it was a war of attrition, and he was so beat up and tapped out financially that when the general election hit, he got absolutely smoked by Tony Evers, who was able to, because he was an incumbent, sit back, spend absolutely no money coming out of a primary, and just run ads about how great his first term in office is, attacking Donald Trump, attacking Tim Michels on the abortion question. In the past several Supreme Court election cycles, there has not been a particularly bruising primary. Jennifer Doro gave Dan Kelly a bit of a run in, 2023, when Kelly lost to Janet Protasewicz. But in 2025, Brad Schimmel didn't have a primary opponent, and now Maria Lazar is almost certainly not going to have a primary opponent. There is a primary for governor right now. technically, but folks, as much as I like Josh Schoeman, and I actually like him as a candidate, I like him as a county executive, and I like him as a person. I think he is just a good man. I think there is so much support behind Tom Tiffany that it is going to be difficult to see Schoeman going forward and even making it to the primary in August. That's the other thing about primaries in this state. We have them in August. Most other states do their primaries in April. We used to do them in September. We moved it back 1 month some years ago. This means that you will spend 8 months running in a primary and 2 months running in a general election. 3 months now because it's the first Tuesday after the first Monday in August. This is technically very, very good for Republicans if you don't get Tim Michels, who once again is going to parachute into the race late and try to challenge Tom Tiffany, or you don't get someone else who's got a lot of money and can try to make this a contest, because that gives Republicans the advantage, because the party right now has a clear frontrunner. It's Mandela Barnes. The party is also terrified of Mandela Barnes being its standard bearer because of how crazy, how left-wing, and frankly, just how dopey Mandela is. And people like me have, I must have, I'm not even joking, 150 cuts of Mandela Barnes saying stupid stuff. I am not even joking. Go into my archive and search the word Mandela. I have archives going back like almost a decade of the crazy, stupid stuff that he's said. He also lost a race running badly behind Tony Evers. Evers won by 3 over Michels in the 2022 gubernatorial race, and Evers lost by a point to, look at this. Look at that. This is why I love my producer. All right. He has got the crazy Mandela Barnes stuff. How about this? Defunding the police isn't all that bad.
Funding isn't necessarily as aggressive as a lot of folks paint it. You know, school budgets get cut almost every year. The arts budgets get cut almost every year. You know, music programs, all these programs see budget cuts, unfortunately. And it's the result. That's a part of the reason why we are where we are, because our youth don't have the outlets that they once had to express themselves.
Oh, yes. We just need more midnight basketball, Mandela. Yes, he said back in 2022, we absolutely can, and we must defund police departments.
Do you agree that police budgets should be maybe completely done away with or defunded?
Not completely done away with. We need to invest more in neighborhood services and programming for our residents, for our communities on the front end. Where will that money come from? Well, it can come from over-bloated budgets in police departments.
Okay. That's just a small sample. We were just going off about a week ago about Mandela and defund the police. I can go, how about the founding of America? Terrible. That was a direct quote. So you can see why Democrats are apprehensive. Now, they're going to have a bloody primary. You just saw Joel Brennan get into the race. He's supposed to be the moderate one. He goes out on Up Front on Sunday and said, yeah, I'd totally repeal Act 10. Well, hundreds of thousands of Wisconsinites went to their mailboxes and said, oh my God, how much did my property taxes go up? Necessarily, if and when Act 10 is repealed, and I believe the state Supreme Court is going to overturn it as soon as Chrissy Taylor is safely elected as the 5th liberal Supreme Court justice, you're going to see taxes go up a ton. I love that the local and state media has just sort of dropped all of the stories. We had a glorious day or two of stories about people being shocked at how high their property taxes were. And then when people like me started explaining, well, you see, Governor Evers used his partial veto authority to raise the state's school funding limit by $325 per pupil, meaning $180 million a year, potentially maximum, for the next 400 years. And the state Supreme Court actually allowed him to do this. Yes, a whole lot of local school districts are actually making massive revenue increases, and that money is coming from you in the form of much higher property taxes. No real surprise that when Democrats are in control, they do all manner of unconstitutional things in order to soak you for more money. Well, when that started to be explained to taxpayers and they started to get really angry about it, the media just sort of dropped the story about people being upset by how much their property taxes increased. One of my favorite stories, though, has to come to us today from Madison.com. That is the website for the Wisconsin State Journal. Big story about how average property tax levies increased by 11% in the city of Madison. 11%. What was the percentage of people who voted for a completely unnecessary Madison school referendum? 69%. That means there is a very good chance that every single person who is quoted in this Wisconsin State Journal story saying, oh my goodness, I don't know why my property taxes went up by so much, voted for the referendum that ensured that their property taxes were going to go up. And I guarantee you, every one of these Karens voted for Tony Evers and the people who supported the 400-year referendum, 400-year veto that ensured that we will be paying increased fees, increased education spending limits, even as the number of students goes down for the next 4 centuries. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment that I have been waiting for 3.5 hours. I have just been told not only can we go to commercials, we can also go to Sean Hannity. So finally, at long last, our long national nightmare is over. Dan O'Donnell can stop talking. Folks, in all seriousness, I do want to thank all of you for bearing with all of us and taking part in what we called Talk Radio Roulette and just genuinely having a fun time when we had a, well, frankly, really, really bad day here at this station. We do think we have everything fixed. I want to thank no, we don't, but we're able to at least patch it together. I want to thank our engineer, Michael, also Dave Michaels, for sticking around. He's got to get up early. He does the morning show on 95.7 and also produces for Ben Yount, and he's staying here late. I want to thank... He's saying, yes, I'm up super early, so he wants me to shut up so he can get out of here. No, Dave, we love you. We do appreciate all the hard work. Also, Eric Paulson and everybody working in Chicago, the engineers down there to try to figure things out, our on-site engineer, Michael, and all of you for listening. I'm back tomorrow, 3:06 p.m., where hopefully the show will only last 3 hours. God bless you all. Have a great night. You've been listening to the extended edition of the Dan O'Donnell Show.
We all hear the radio ad.